McCarthy keeps his share of the lead at 1 under. As this group makes their way to the par 5 16th.
Playing today, it's playing 551 yards. And you can see that grouping of bunkers there, 282 to carry, but there's a lot of camber from left to right. So important for the longer players who want to go for it to go down that left side. If you do miss the fairway and have to lay up, then you've got to navigate these clusters of bunkers, both left and right as well. And this front bunker is guarding that back left hole location that is tucked just off that left edge, 19 on and 5 off the left. So Pooj should have no problem getting over it. It's just a matter of accuracy.
289 to cover those bunkers. That's a beautiful strike down the left side.
He threw everything he had into that swing, and he covers the bunkers.
And now that opens up a big opportunity, because that will feed down to the right and give him a pretty good angle, or as good an angle as you can get, really. Shouldn't be able, or Denny McCarthy won't be able to carry those bunkers. He'll need to just kind of fit it into the wider landing area there, Amelia, just short of the bunkers.
Just short of the bunkers is about 280. And where McCarthy's ball is going to end up is going to be where the fairway pinches in. He's going to have to hit a more accurate tee shot than someone like Pooj or Potgieter.
Looks like he's aiming down the right side. He's probably going to try and hit a draw, keep it, hold it up against that left to right slope. Let's see how this one ends up. Well, he started it right, but he didn't get any draw. And that could be iffy over there.
If you can place your tee shot in the correct spot in 16, it's a favorable hole location, because naturally everything feeds to that right side, and you have a left-hand flag giving you a great angle into the green.
Now let's see what 195 ball speed looks like.
It is so fun to watch. That was pulled way left. We're going to be back in the 15th rough.
Oh my goodness me, that is way left. Amelia, you're going to be putting some steps in on this hole. Left and right.
Amelia's got her walking shoes on as McCarthy and company make their way down the par 5 16th. It's featured hole coverage of the PGA Championship on ESPN.
Philly is a city of symbols. None more inspiring than these 72 stone steps. 50 years ago, Rocky's race to the top lifted hearts across the country. And like all the iconic monuments around town, that scene and this statue stand forever as a symbol proposition. In America, you can do it.
famous Rocky statue that sits atop the steps of the Art Museum in downtown Philadelphia. As Aldrich Potgieter making his way back to the 15th hole to find his tee shot.
Well, the lie actually isn't too bad. It's just left of this fescue area, actually in the 15th hole cut of rough. It's going to be difficult to go right at the flag because there's not a lot of room, but he has a shot.
Next group making their way over to 15, William Mao playing on the left side. Making his PGA Championship debut.
Yeah, a young man went to Pepperdine University, hails from California. And that gives you an idea of how dense this rough is. It is really hard to advance your ball all the way to the green on this par 4. All right, he'll have a good angle for his third shot. He broke through last year for his first PGA Tour victory in Louisville.
Best finish this year, coming tied for 6th at the Cognizant Classic. And a look at our first PGA professional, Chris Gabriel, from Old Westbury Golf and Country Club in New York, making his first career major appearance.
It's going to catch that front right bunker. That's going to be a delicate up and down there.
Back over to 16, McCarthy from the right rough.
Golf ball is just slightly buried. Want to try to finish this on the right side to have a good angle in. That's what McCarthy has done. Just leaving it short of those bunkers. Proper layup.
Do you get the sense that the rough has gotten thicker, Amelia? As we look at the par 5, 16th, beg your pardon, we'll get back to you on that. There's the drive of David Puig, 304 yards. Potgieter, 298 yards, but way, way left. He may not have any tree trouble, but it's going to be a challenge to get it all the way to the green.
247 in for Puig.
Ball is off a slight down slant.
Oh, that's pretty well done. That won't be too difficult of an up and down for birdie from there, from that closely mown area. Probably get to use the putter.
And here's Potgieter.
Important for Potgieter to air long because there's only about 3 paces to cover the bunker and the flag.
Yeah, he couldn't even get it to the green from that lie. It's pretty dense grass out there right now.
The third member of the group over on 15 is the Canadian Taylor Pendrith. Finished tied for 5th at Quail Hollow a year ago.
Might not have been super solid contact there. Looked like it might have been a little bit heavy.
Too. That's why I was confused. I was like, I thought someone was over there. I didn't see anybody there.
And now Denny McCarthy looking at his yardage book, his golf ball right in the walkway of the 16th fairway.
He could take a drop if he didn't like the lie, but looks perfectly fine, so he'll probably go ahead. You can see attended the University of Virginia there, the Cavalier logo on his yardage book.
33-year-old from Maryland. Winner of the 2010 Junior PGA Championship.
You know, when you're not the longest hitter, you're just going to have to be on your game. You've got to play your game as well as you possibly can. Drives like that, well, that's not his game. He's usually much more accurate than that, but he is excellent with his wedges, and his short game is brilliant. So he must rely on his strengths.
And Jane, feels like the winner this week
Was it third one?
has to win this category, the approach shots
I
and,
believe.
and putting.
I believe so.
It requires an extra level of confidence, almost playing with a chip on your shoulder, knowing that you're not the longest player out on tour, but you can figure out a way to score with these wedges. There's not a lot of room between the bunker and the flag. Important to have good distance control.
Yeah, well judged by McCarthy.
Yeah, good distance control, tugged it a little bit left. Not his best, but I wouldn't bet against him making this putt, though.
The third from William Mao.
Yeah, I agree with
What's that like?
I'm
109. What's that flag?
Yeah, that little bit of dampness on the greens, on the fairways. The balls are not grabbing quite as quickly. They're certainly not spinning as much as if the conditions were dry. We had about 1/4 inch of rain overnight, and I believe that definitely makes a difference with the contact and the amount of spin these players are able to impart.
Never got to hear.
The longest hitter on the PGA Tour forced to lay up here at 16. 99 yards left for Aldrich Potgieter.
Controlling your wedge game from this distance, it's all about having a consistent tempo through the strike.
Yeah, that was certainly nice, crisp contact there. Well done.
And much improved from the last wedge shot on the previous hole.
Definitely.
An opportunity to get back to even par for the 21-year-old. To Pendrith.
That's a delicate little chip shot here for Taylor. Trying to bounce it up. And that is extremely well done.
He entered this week with the longest streak of greens in regulation on the tour. If it didn't already end before 15, it ended there. It was 33 consecutive greens in regulation for Taylor Pendrith coming into this week.
That's pretty good. I don't know how many greens I ever hit in regulation in a row. That's a good question.
Look at the way that Puig has played this 16th. Our first look at Eagle.
It'll be interesting to see what club he chooses here, Amelia. Certainly a little bit of a downslope and then kind of flattens out.
Puig has a putter in his hands, and I love it. Around the greens, it is so tight. You can just treat it like a slower green. This is going to have a lot of left to right swing on it. Important to play this one high enough out to the left.
Yeah. It's kind of at the bottom of that little slope there, so uphill now, and then we'll flatten out. Now,
that's the risk you run with putter, just not trusting hitting it with enough pace.
But dare you chip it? That's the question. I saw
I
a lot
wouldn't dare.
of I saw a lot of players around this green in the practice round chipping, and I, was asking them, and I think if they were a little closer to the green, they said they would putt it, but from further back, they like to chip it. So I think Puig was kind of in no man's land. He didn't really quite know what to do there, and clearly didn't have a clear sense of how hard to hit that.
What's also tricky is the fact that the practice round days, the course was dry, and now you have wet conditions, which totally can change your strategy.
Now McCarthy for his birdie.
About 14.5 feet left for Denny McCarthy.
This is where McCarthy needs to capitalize on, given that he couldn't go for this green in two. Got a decent look from Puig just for the fact that it does break right early. Putting is such an art form. A lot of people use aim point, but if you can have a mixture of just how you see the curve of the putt, creates so much success.
Just stayed up on that left side.
Didn't break nearly as much as Puig.
Yeah, that might have fooled him.
A par look for William Mao.
Using kind of that claw grip that has become so popular, especially by Scotty Scheffler. Downhill, left to righter, break. I had it read pretty darn well.
Not the start the 25-year-old was hoping for. And now to Potgieter. Good look at birdie.
Play this putt just outside right.
And our first birdie at 16 to the South African, back to even par.
Couple birdies, couple of bogeys. Now he's got the difficult par 3 coming up. Got to be patient at these major championships. Just one shot at a time. Get ahead of yourself. It's a bit longer birdie putt that Puig had in mind, isn't it, Amelia?
You just have to tell yourself if it was your wedge shot, you'd take it.
That's right.
All about rewriting the narrative when you're playing the game of golf.
Just outside 6 feet.
Yeah.
Puig missing an opportunity.
Yeah, it took that slope that comes off that bunker. And that's what fooled McCarthy as well. Yeah, it's disappointing not to get up and down there for a birdie, and his face shows just that disappointment.
Now McCarthy for his par.
This whole location really making a difference here at this par 5. Even though it's reachable, you've got to be very precise with this hole tucked over that left bunker.
And that's where, despite the length of the golf course, you can make it very interesting and complicated for the players when you tuck the hole locations. We always talk about how far these guys are hitting it nowadays, but I'd love to talk about the more intricate ways you can make golf courses a challenge, and they're certainly doing that today.
Well, that's what Donald Ross, that was his philosophy. The green is the heart of the golf course, and his greens are among some of the most fascinating in the old golf course architecture world, I believe.
Puig still looking back at that 16th green, knowing he missed an opportunity. To Pendrith at 15 for his par.
Yeah, just inside right. Okay, it's a good up and down there, good save.
Joining our featured hole coverage at 15, it's Joaquin Niemann making his 9th PGA Championship appearance. He made his first as a teenager.
Oh, that's absolutely ideal. Good strong tee shot there.
To the 36-year-old from Fargo, Tom Hoagie. Be a popular name here in Philadelphia.
Preferably with a Philly cheesesteak in it. And that one is fading out to the right. Gonna get a good bounce. Well, it's in that first cut of rough.
Our first look at 17, it's Potgieter.
Playing 241 yards. Flag is all the way in the back. Center of the green would be an excellent shot. This is right at it.
Sounded like a good strike. Oh, yes. He could sell that shot for a lot of money to the rest of the field today, Amelia.
Wow, that was such a beauty.
Just climbed that spine in the back middle of this 17th green, and Potgieter sets himself up for another opportunity for birdie.
That was a brilliant golf shot.
Puig now.
When you hit it as far as Potgieter and Puig, you can take advantage of the par 3, just the fact that you have less club in than some of the shorter hitters. Trying to cut it into that back right hole location, doing a good job at that.
Possibly a 7-wood there.
Looked like it.
Yeah, and landed nice and soft, just trickles to the back edge.
Jamin, we were walking the course on Tuesday, and we came up on 17 for the first time. Ben Griffin was playing 17, and you asked, what's the strategy this week? And he said, middle, all week, middle.
Middle of the green. Absolutely. I tell you what, that is spot on, because if you're in the middle of this green, just putt to the edges. Look at the severe slope that guards that left side of the green. Balls will not stop if they're headed in that direction. It'll trickle down into the water. Now Denny Amelia using the right side of the tee, trying to play a little fade with a fairway wood.
These players are strategic with where they tee the ball up, trying to create a shot. This flag is sitting in a little bowl tucked away by 2 spines on the right and left side of the green. Lower trajectory. This is fading too much.
A couple of bad shots in a row, really, for Denny. Poor tee shot there on 16, and this is going to be a very difficult up and down. And to negotiate the spine that Amelia was just talking about. It's got him muttering.
Will be in the deep rough. To Neiman, his second.
The ball slightly above his feet here. Young man from Santiago, Chile. And not well executed there. Too much fade.
Neiman has his work cut out for him at 15. So we'll step aside at the PGA Championship.
Look at this putt. Look at this putt. Look at this putt.
Beautiful performance by the PGA champion.
It's wonderful. There's your champion.
A look at the leaderboard at the 108th PGA Championship. Harry Hall, Michael Brennan, Stephen Yeager on top at 2 under par in the early action of our opening round. A couple of Open Championship winners. Cameron Smith, Brian Harmon in there at 1 under par. I love the story of Alex Fitzpatrick this week.
Well, this 17th hole, 241 yards today. It's named Seneca. All of the holes here at Aronimink have Indian tribe names, and you can see this hole is located in that back right portion. Puig and Potgieter hit pretty darn good shots. Denny McCarthy is going to have a serious challenge because he's going to have to navigate a lot of rough and then come down very softly here, Amelia, to hold this green that slopes away.
That couldn't have been worse of a lie. You had to have aired long there. There's a backstop that could bring it back at least 20 feet. That is going to be another difficult shot because McCarthy still has the spine to deal with.
Yes.
You knew right away he looked up to the sky in disbelief.
Well, and that's a good example of what we were talking about earlier, Amelia, with this rough. Maybe it wasn't a good lie, but the grass just is dense and it really grabs the club. You've got to keep those last 3 or 4 fingers of your left hand, if you're a right-hander, really firm and accelerate through. If you quit on the shot, if you decelerate, you're in serious strife.
And the margins are so fine because if you hit it too hard through the strike, it could come out super hot and shoot over the green.
And you add the extra element of water overnight, too, to these thick rough.
He's got the face laid wide open here out of the first cut.
There it goes, running down the spine.
Well done. But that will be for bogey.
Well, McCarthy having a tough time in the rough on 17. Tom Hoge, the same at 15.
Yeah, he got into the field as the first alternate when Jake Knapp had to withdraw for a thumb injury. A number of withdrawals recently from Jake. So Tom Hoge trying to take advantage of this opportunity, but he's got some difficulty ahead of him.
Jane, when you would come into major championships, what were the determining factors when it came to putting a 7-wood in your bag versus a 3-iron?
Oh, heck, I had a 7-wood long time before most people had 7 woods.
Before it was cool.
Before it was cool. It's interesting, you know, in the kind of the mid-90s, really, Liselott Neumann from Sweden was one of the first to put in lofted fairway woods. It was like the Big Bertha 7-wood and the 9-woods. And because I didn't have a huge speed through the golf ball, I found the 7-woods and the 9-woods much easier than the 3 and the 4 irons. So to me, you know, they were much easier to hit. For a lot of these players, I think it's a combination of firmness of greens. They can bring it in a lot higher and softer, and also the rough, because they get through the rough a lot easier than long irons. Now, if you were playing an Open Championship in very, very windy conditions, I think more players would go back to the long irons, keep it underneath the wind. So I think for the players at home, you know, definitely, you know, forget the 3 and the 4 iron, just go for the lofted fairway woods. They're much easier to hit.
No matter how cool it sounds to say you have a 3-iron, it won't be cool when you don't strike it quite well.
It won't be cool when you kind of shank it off to the right, yeah.
I know that game. It's a Hoge.
Well, that was a pretty decent par there from Puig. I think you'd walk away from the 17th with 4 pars and be very happy. That was Tom Hoge.
He's seeing all of 15 right now.
Yeah, he's not a very happy camper at the moment.
And now Potgieter lining up a great look at birdie at 17.
Want to play this just outside right. This could be the closest shot we see all day. It was a beautiful placement from Potgieter.
For back-to-back birdies.
Yes, well done, young man.
Right in the heart for Aldrich Potgieter. Moves him back under par.
Yeah, a couple birdies in a row. To go along with a birdie at the tricky par 4 11th, so well done.
Joaquin Niemann. His third at the 15th from the greenside bunker.
He's had a couple of top 10s on Live Golf Tour so far this year.
He was captain of Torque.
Yes.
He was the Live MVP a year ago.
Got a lot of talent.
And
well done.
Not the bogey he was hoping for.
Well, just put himself right behind the 8 ball, didn't he, with that approach shot there at 17. Tough place to miss, short-sighted. Back
over to Tom Hoge at 15. coming across.
Heading back uphill slightly there at the end.
15 features the largest green complex at Aronimink Golf Club.
Yeah, this green's about 45 yards deep. Very, very large. About 11,000 square feet. Could fit a number of houses on this green, couldn't you?
Hoagie making his 7th straight PGA Championship appearance. Last year was the first time he missed the cut. And he's got his work cut out for him early in his opening round.
Yeah, when you get your chance to play because you've been first alternate, this is certainly not the way you want to start.
And Bryce Fisher, the PGA General Manager at Arrowhead Golf Club out in Oregon, one of the PGA professionals in the field.
Oh, I thought he'd made it. Yeah, the Corbridge team of 20, top 20 players from the PGA Professionals Championship that was held out in Bandon Dunes, Oregon. But, I counted, I think there's 8 out of the 20 that are over 40 years old, so good for them. I think that's tremendous to be in such a high position, either a head professional or a manager, general manager at a club, and put enough time in to get into this championship. It's quite an achievement. Well done.
It was easy to tell who the PGA professionals were during the practice rounds, Jane, because they all had the largest smiles on their face walking the fairways.
They sure did. There's nothing to be grumpy about playing this great golf course in this major championship.
And now Neiman, a long look at par.
Yeah, should break it a little bit to his right. Oh, it just held out there. He was 8th last year at Quail Hollow at the PGA Championship. Yet to break through for a major.
Signed with Liv back in 2022. As we head back to the tee box at 15, the Florida Gator, Billy Horschel.
Oh, great to see him here at this championship. Got a special invitation. Had some hip surgery back about this time last year. Good to see him healthy again.
It was a year ago this week that Horschel had that surgery. He's playing in his first major since then. Keith Mitchell making his 7th PGA Championship appearance.
Sorry, Stephen, you have to think there's a little college football banter going on between those two guys, University of Florida and University of Georgia. I'm sure they've been friends for a long time. And friendly rivals.
A lot of blood in the SEC.
And this young man, Joaquin Neiman, he can move the ball out there as well.
Earned his PGA Tour card at the age of 19 in just his 8th tour start as a professional, then made that jump to Live.
Thank you.
Chile is a country with fewer than 100 golf courses.
I have not had the pleasure. I've been to Peru and played golf in Lima, but not in Chile.
And now Bryce Fisher, 3rd member of this group.
46 years old, still lives obviously in Oregon. He is the general manager there at Arrowhead, as he said. It's a good solid swing. Yeah. Nice shot.
Second from Horschel at the 15th.
He just landed that short of the green, let it trundle up. Very hard to keep it short of this whole location with the wind coming off the right and helping. Be happy with that shot.
Last time A lot of these players were at Aronimink, was in 2018 at the BMW Championship, and Horschel finished tied for third that week at 19 under par.
He was one of the strongest hitters of the golf ball here is Keith Mitchell. Look at that, 316 off the tee, 215 downwind. Can't be more than a 7-iron here for Keith.
It's a friendly bounce.
Oh, beautiful shot. It's about as good as you're going to do, really.
So Mitchell and Horschel setting themselves up. Some of the better shots we've seen into 15 as coverage continues on ESPN. Featured hole coverage continues here at the PGA Championship. We're on 15, 16, and 17. And 15, Jane, playing as tough as advertised.
It is as tough as advertised. 0 birdies so far, playing as the most difficult hole. And, you know, today it's playing at 529 yards long. Its name is Lenape, and it's one of the reasons that this course was called Aronimink, which was place of water in the Lenape tribe language. It's a beauty. And the 16th, a nice par 5, definitely reachable. And then you get to 17, and boy, you've got a challenge ahead of you on that par 3.
And we have a run of major champions that will be joining us on our featured hole coverage now, beginning with 2019 U.S. Open champion Gary Woodland, playing in his 15th PGA Championship, and Amelia Duran on the ground with this group.
What an awesome group to be walking with. Just an incredible story of resilience from Gary Woodland. Winning the Houston Open and opening up to the public about the difficulties he's had post his brain surgery. He said after winning Houston that was the best his game has ever been, and that includes the 2019 U.S. Open at Pebble Beach, which is saying something because that was some remarkable golf.
Yeah, spoke the week of the Players about his ongoing battle with PTSD, diagnosed in September of 2025, dating back to his brain surgery that he had a couple of years ago.
Starting down the setter and cutting slightly.
Oh, just unlucky. Caught the last little tongue of that bunker. That's going to be tricky. It'll be a challenge for him to get to the green from that position. Oh, Sam Burns.
A player that has been so close to winning. Last of his 5 wins came in 2023, almost won in Canada, the US Open last year, top 10 at the Masters, but he could have won. An excellent ball striker, but needing to convert with the putter under the pressure moments.
Last year was his best finish at a PGA Championship, tied for 19th.
See if that'll hold the fairway. Yes, just barely.
And the third member of this group is the 2015 PGA champion at Whistling Straits, Jason Day.
He's got the football hand warmer, quarterback hand warmer on his back there, Amelia.
It is necessary this morning in between shots. You got to make sure you have something to keep your hands warm. I got hand warmers in my pockets. Jason Day, speaking to him earlier this season, hasn't been happy with his ball striking, the consistency rather. Has been struggling with the left miss, sinking up the upper and lower body. That is a pull.
Yeah, asking for it to get lucky, and that's really what you have to get out there in the rough.
I didn't ask where the wind was.
This group making their way up, 15. We head up to the green, where we have our first and maybe our best looks for birdies so far at the toughest hole on property.
Downhill to start with and back uphill, just drifting right. Didn't have line or pace. Otherwise, it was a good putt.
Second from Joaquin Neiman at the par 5 16th.
Going with a little hybrid here, trying to bring it in high and soft to that left hole location, tucked over the bunker. Trying to utilize that slope to bring it back. It's okay, that was well done.
Can Keith Mitchell deliver the first birdie of the day at 15?
See if he can pick better line and speed here. Certainly had a little better pace. But it does break a lot from left to right from behind the hole.
A little bit of work for Horschel and his par.
Yeah, certainly one you can't take for granted.
He converts from just inside 4 feet.
Yeah, confidently hold.
Keeps him at 1 over par. And Mitchell does the same.
Keith Mitchell, a lot on his plate. He's on the PGA Tour policy board. And he's also on the board of the for-profit PGA Tour Enterprises. So not just golf to deal with for Keith Mitchell.
The third from Bryce Fisher at 16.
Try and bringing this one in high and soft. Settle down. Oh, nicely done. That'll bring a smile to your face.
You can hear the loud claps. I imagine friends and family in the crowd here at Aronimink, up bright and early to watch one of the PGA professionals. What a special week.
Oh, and a long way to come, all the way from Oregon as well. What a treat.
Had the home field advantage for the PGA Professional Championship at Bandon Dunes.
What an amazing facility.
Yeah.
Bandon Dunes, oh my gosh. I had the pleasure of commentating the Curtis Cup there one year, and what a treat. Just a brilliant, brilliant facility. Great golf courses from wonderful architects.
See the overcast skies here in Philadelphia. A little bit of rain overnight. Less than 1/3 of an inch of water. A little bit of rain early this morning, but forecast overall looks pretty good this week, Jane.
It does. Starting to clear up after today and warm up as well. We expect in the 80s on the weekend. So I think the players will be glad for some warmer temperatures. Ball go a little bit further, rough will dry out.
Ian Holt playing alongside Horschel and Mitchell, making his PGA Championship debut. And that's headed left. 2 wins on the Korn Ferry Tour this season. 30-year-old from Ohio. Back to Jason Day.
Well, it must be a reasonable lie going with a lofted fairway wood.
Well, it's not, which is why I'm surprised it's a fairway wood.
Well, maybe you felt like that was the best club to hack it out as we were talking about those lofted woods, Amelia.
Still requires excellent control and good placement for Day, about as far as he could have advanced that.
Well, we'll have to rely on that excellent short game. Now back to Billy. Takes a lot to come back from a big surgery like he had.
Plug. Plug. Fuck off, man. Fuck off.
Back over to 15, a look at the tee shots from Sam Burns, Gary Woodland, both on that right side.
Burns in a similar spot to where we saw Potgieter, his golf ball close to the lip of the bunker. Will just need to hit something out with a lot of loft to give himself a good look in for his third.
It looks like Sam's ball stayed short of the bunker. Gary's, I think, is in the bunker.
My bad.
Oh, that's okay. No drama.
Based on his stance when I was up ahead, I was like, actually, he's not in the bunker. That's Woodland.
No, he just stopped just short, so he's got a clear shot.
Going to try and run it up.
Well, not quite enough, but pretty straightforward chip and run there for Sam.
A little bit more roll, let's say 2 yards, and that could have come all the way next to the flag.
Joaquin Niemann on the green at 16.
I don't think he'd be too thrilled with that one.
It's a 15 with Gary Woodland.
Just advancing this one, will need to rely on good spin and distance control to hit his third shot close.
Yeah, that was very similar to Potgieter in that first group, wasn't it?
Kind of interesting that Woodland and Potgieter are the 2 leaders in driving distance on the PGA Tour this year, and they both found the same bunker.
Oh,
and Keith Mitchell,
incoming.
watch out.
Where did that one come from?
And this group is on the tee box at 16.
It is close quarters out here. There are a number of holes that kind of crisscross, and the tees and the greens are fairly close.
Well, they have stretched out this Donald Ross design as far as they possibly can for these PGA Tour players.
Oh, he gives it an almighty lash as well.
And Fisher misses on the low edge.
A lot of players from that side are missing left. They're not quite seeing the slope that comes off the bunker. Really was a pretty straight putt.
Look at the leaderboard. Stephen Yeager building a 2-shot lead at 4 under through 6 holes. Xander Schauffele, 2024 PGA champion, at 2 under par through 2 holes. We'll see him shortly here in our featured hole coverage.
And good to see Cam Smith playing some good golf again. I saw him in the practice round, and he was playing with fellow Aussie and Live Tour team member, Elvis Smiley. And, we had a nice little Australian reunion. I don't think he can give the hole away here.
It's inside 4 feet for Niemann.
Yeah, not a problem there for Joaquin.
Converts his birdie, gets back to even par. And Fisher makes his par. to the par 4 15. Gary Woodland forced to lay up, hitting his third.
This is an intricate wedge shot for Woodland because where the flag is sitting, the green is tilted from front to back. Normally with these wedge shots, these players have to focus on controlling their spin, not having too much of it and ripping off the front. For this shot, you want to land this at the hole. That way it can kind of hit and stop.
Kind of like that.
And that's going to be an uphill putt. Beautifully placed.
Ball had so much action on it, did a little side spin. Impressive approach from Woodland. Next to play on 15, Cameron Smith.
And hitting fairways has not been Cam's strength this year on the Live Golf Tour. But that was an excellent tee shot. Sets himself up for a pretty straightforward approach now.
Now Jason Day.
Playing an entirely different shot with a firmness just short of the green, and that was just excellent control.
Touch of class. Always love watching Jason hit those little short chips and pitches with that kind of straight arm, dead arm action, no wrist. Really executed extremely well.
Nobody does it better than Jason Day. Wyndham Clark next to play on 15.
I think he's overcut this one.
And he finds that fairway bunker. And the final member of this group playing alongside Clark and Smith is Brian Harmon.
He can possibly play a little draw for the left-hander and hold it up against that slope. And he has executed that to perfection.
Joaquin Niemann steps aboard the tee box on 17.
He's going with the hybrid. Trying to bounce it up over that ridge. Come on, keep going. Right on line, though. Very, very well played.
Just not enough legs to climb over that spine. That'll be a fun putt.
But you'd take it every day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Middle of the green. Now Sam Burns from just off the green.
This will be incredibly quick, breaking right early and then left at the hole.
Okay.
Fisher at 17.
Nice smooth swing. See if he has the right club. Get up and over. Come on. Keep going. Oh, yes. Well done, Bryce.
Watch this ball work.
Fantastic shot. He'll remember that one for a good while.
Tour group on 15, Woodland.
Where Woodland's golf ball is sitting on the green, it's going to be a straighter putt because that's where both sections of the green pinch in. If anything, might want to move a touch to the right.
Gary's really been putting so much better this year. Oh, just held out.
He's one of the most beloved players on the PGA Tour and a fan favorite for all that he's had to overcome to be at the top of his game here this week.
Yeah, saw him playing a couple practice rounds with Scotty Scheffler. They've been friends for a good while, and I'm sure Scotty just loves being around him and draws inspiration from his story. Well, Jason Day looking remarkably less colorful than some of his outfits that I've seen lately, Amelia.
I know. I hope during the weekend he'll pull out something grand. When Jason Day was world #1 in 2015, that season he made every putt inside of 5 feet and did not have a 3 putt. A lot he can rely on when it comes to the flat stick.
Yeah, right in the center.
Yeah, and he was making putts from everywhere. Long putts, mid-range putts. I mean, he was just dialed in.
I spoke to him about that 2015 season the other day and his win at Whistling Straits. He said, hard to believe it's been 11 years. He called it life-changing. He said he felt like he played 20 years to lead up to that moment.
Well, and he had his dear friend and mentor, really father figure, Colin Swatton, on the bag. And Colin is working for us here at ESPN Plus this week and doing a lot of golf TV. He and Jason go back to when Jason was a teenager and Colin was a member of the PGA of Australia, had this wonderful academy, and really took Jason under his wing and really made him the player he is today.
Burns made his par, Woodland bogey at 15. As this group makes their way over to the par 5 16th. Stick around on feature group coverage. The stars are joining us.
It's the first day of a major. Everyone still believes. The crackle in the air is born of that hope. All these players, somewhere inside, have laid out some scenario that ends with them holding the Wanamaker.
After over 60 years, the PGA Championship will make a historic run to Dallas-Fort Worth in 2027. Join us next May at the home of the PGA of America in Frisco as we welcome the strongest field in golf back to Texas. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. Back out to 17, Joaquin Niemann with a birdie look.
Keep breaking from right to left. Oh, he had the line if he hit it. Just had to come up and over that slight rise.
Brian Harman hitting his second at 15.
He's going to have to land this just short of the green if he wants to hold the green and have a good chance at birdie. Kind of just like that. Shot made that much more difficult, Stephen, by the fact that the wind is helping. And there's still a little bit of moisture on the grass as well.
Cam Smith next to play.
32-year-old from Brisbane, Australia. Captain of the Rippers golf team and Live Golf. That wasn't his best strike. Be a tricky little chip from that side.
Here's the birdie putt for Bryce Fisher. And what a moment this would be for the PGA Professional.
Yes, right in the heart, Bryce. Well done.
Get the Philly fans going early on a Thursday morning. His first birdie at the PGA Championship.
Nice to break that streak of bogeys.
Ian Holt lining up a birdie opportunity on the green at 16.
Yeah, won back-to-back tournaments on the Corn Ferry Tour earlier this year. Got himself an invitation to play here in the PGA Championship.
To get back to even par.
Well, he had it read correctly, just allowed a little too much. So no doubt we'll see him out on the PGA Tour next year.
And he makes his 5.
A little bit of a shaky start there, but got a birdie on the short par 4 13th. Certainly a new experience for this young man. His first major championship.
Billy Horschel has a birdie look of his own, just outside 7 feet.
Love the way Billy kind of sneaks up on the putt. Oh,
Catches the lip.
Too firm for that line, Billy.
The 8-time PGA Tour winner, most recent victory came in Punta Cana in 2024. Missed most of last year with that surgery. And he's making a mess inside 7 feet.
Just hard to keep your composure when things are going south.
That's what Donald Ross will do to you.
Yes, he will. Trying to shake it off. It's been a bit of an up and down day so far for Billy Horschel.
His 4th bogey.
Well, the greens are the defense of this golf course. They are severely sloped. This one is probably the least sloped of all of them on the golf course.
As Mitchell makes his birdie. First birdie of the day for Kashmir Keith to Wyndham Clark.
An awkward stance here for Wyndham.
Important for him to keep his balance and rotate that upper body.
How good was that effort?
And Cameron Smith.
We'll just need to trickle this onto the green. That wasn't solid contact. Gravity's going to take that a little farther down.
Yeah, too much grass between club and ball there. That's a good example, as we were talking about, Amelia, how dense this grass will grab. It'll really grab the club if you don't accelerate through it.
Even though it was just in the first cut, it was still difficult to get through.
Exactly.
A look at the tee shots on 16 from Sam Burns, Jason Day, and Gary Woodland.
Jason Day in ideal position down that right side. Both Sam and Gary Woodland are going to have challenges out of that rough. See if they can reach the green or if they're going to decide to lay up, or perhaps maybe if you miss the green slightly left, you've got a reasonable chance of an up and down from that chipping area. So let's see what Sam chooses here. Yeah, just a layup. That was smart play, obviously. Pretty deep in that rough.
Now Day in the go zone. 258 away for Jason Day. As he bounces it up.
Settle right there. That'll be a lengthy one. Uphill all the way against the breeze. You can see that flag on the flag stick really pumping. Starting to get a little bit windier out there now. Hurting from left to right as they play 16.
Well, the locals out here want firm, fast, and the wind to blow. We'll see if they get their wish this week in Philadelphia.
Well, the forecast is for it to clear up and get a little bit warmer, so the course will dry out, which will make the PGA of America very happy. That's what they want.
Look at the Philly faithful making their way to Aronimink Golf Club. First major championship in the city of brotherly love since the U.S. Open was nearby at Marion. And the first time that Aronimink is hosting a major championship since Gary Player won it, 1962.
Yeah, Gary Woodland just choosing to lay up as well. Rely on his sand wedge. Yes, that US Open at Marion, I was fortunate enough to be able to work for ESPN and watch Justin Rose victorious there at the end, pointing to the sky, because it hadn't been that long since his beloved dad had passed away. Taught him the game. A very special place for Justin Rose is Philly.
He was a winner here at Aronimink when the PGA Tour had the AT&T in 2010 and 2011. Rose winning in 2010 and lost in a playoff here in 2018 to Keegan Bradley at Aronimink when the BMW Championship was here. So he loves himself a little Philadelphia. To Mitchell at 17.
And you know it's a long hole when Keith Mitchell has to hit a fairway wood. Oh, but how good was that?
The best shot we've seen to 17 today.
Brilliant.
Smith for par.
Well, this is where he shines with this club. See if he can make up for that poor chip shot. Yep.
Not the up and down he had envisioned originally, but
hey,
it's a 4.
No pictures on that scorecard, Stephen.
I see 2 under and tied for second place right now. Wyndham Clark trying to pay off his beautiful wedge shot.
This is a quick one from the edges down to the center part of the green. Breaking to the right. Nicely done there, Wyndham.
That's a 4 you want to put a circle on for Wyndham Clark. Brian Harmon taps in his par as we head back out to the fairway on 16. Sam Burns.
There's not much green to work with over this bunker. Probably about 3 or 4 steps. Trying to bring it back.
Yeah, it's been a popular spot here on 16.
Yeah, player's able to put a little bit more spin on the ball now as it starts to dry out.
Billy Horschel at 17.
Gonna play a big fade, and too big of a fade. And he's just struggling right now with his swing.
Cam Smith fires at 16.
See how much bounce we get on this fairway if it's going to stay. Yeah. A little bit too far to the right and not enough draw on the golf ball to hold it against that left to right camber on this fairway.
One of the great design elements here at this par 5 16th.
Wyndham Clark, his traditional shot is a cut. We'll need to start this over the bunkers on the left side.
You think he can carry?
Produces a lot of speed.
I don't know with the wind today if he can make it all the way over, but this one's fading off to the right. Not his best.
Try that far right bunker. Perfect.
That's why it's important to have the ability to shape shots, because the reality for this tee shot with the left to right pitch in the fairway and the wind, you want to hit a track draw to be able to comfortably swing hard at it.
Now, Brian Harmon being left-handed, he can hit a fade and hold it against the slope. Let's see what he can produce.
We'll have to navigate the bunkers more. His landing spot's where it pinches in. This is toward those bunkers, needs to get some legs.
Yeah, that wasn't the best effort. Of course, it's very easy to sit here and say that wasn't a good effort, but these tee shots are quite demanding on 15 and 16.
As we join Sahith Theegala at 15.
Now for his second shot.
Not many trees at Aronimink. He has to hit through a couple of them.
It's going to hit all the way to the back edge. Just into that first cut of rough, so downhill, but it's doable.
Well, Billy Horschel has made his way up to the right rough, green side at 17. See how creative he can get here.
Well, and he accelerated well through the golf ball, unlike Denny McCarthy, who dumped it, you know, just a few yards in front of him. Now, Billy still has an opportunity to make a par with a good putt.
Patrick Cantlay hitting his second at 15, playing alongside Theegala and Minwoo Lee today.
The wind off the right and helping a little bit here. Try and bring it in from the right. Bounce it up. Oh, touch of class, Patrick. Couldn't draw that one up any better.
It will give Cantlay an opportunity to move under par.
Now, putt for eagle for Jason Day. Lacked a little authority there now. Yeah. Looking a little, how should we say, disgruntled. A little disappointed in that effort. These greens really demand excellent touch with the long putts because you've got so many little ridges and spines to navigate.
As Horschel misses on the high side. And he's going to give another stroke back. Well, a tough opening round for Billy Horschel so far. Plenty of golf left. Teeing off on 10. The back nine is tougher here at Aronimink. To Gary Woodland. Just over 26 feet for his birdie.
It should have a little left to right in it. You can see the slope that comes into the green off the bunker. Should affect his putt just a little bit. So I would say slightly uphill left to right. Give this a good run for birdie. Come on, get going. You know, as we've said, Stephen, the defense of this golf course really are the greens. And you look at the other courses that Donald Ross has designed at East Lake and Interlaken, Oak Hill that we were at not too long ago that Brooks Koepka won, Pinehurst, Mid-Pines, Scioto, and Jack Nicklaus grew up playing. Just examples of wonderful architecture, great greens, A lot of different slopes and undulations that players have to navigate. He was such a prolific architect, was Donald Ross.
Woodland makes his par, and now over to Mitchell.
Oh, no.
He had a good look at birdie.
Such a good shot in, too. Okay.
Take your 3 on 17.
Yeah, but opportunity gone begging there, and he knows it.
Keeps him at 1 over. Now Sam Burns for his birdie.
Well, he's an excellent putter, has wonderful touch.
He's on pace to finish inside the top 15 in strokes gained putting on the PGA Tour for a 6th straight season.
That's impressive. Now Sahith is playing it back in his stance. Just going to take those big slopes out of play. Lobs it up there. Now that
Sahith
is a touch of class there. Wow. Not too many players would have played that shot. Most of them would have just putted it or done a little chip and run, but this is longer than Jason had in mind, no doubt, for birdie after hitting the green in 2.
A putt that would go a long way for the 2015 PGA champion.
Give it to him. Goodness me. Just a little break to the right and he didn't see. Disappointing. There's only 2 par 5s here at Aronimink, and you really need to take advantage of both of those.
A 3-putt par for Jason Day, and now Patrick Cantlay. What a look for birdie at 15.
And this will have just a touch of left to right as well. Just aiming just outside the hole.
This would be the first birdie of the day at 15. And look at the break. He plays it beautifully.
Well done.
Patrick Cantlay missed the cut in 3 of 4 majors last year. He missed a total of 4 cuts in his first 32 major championships. So he's looking to bounce back from a tough 2025. He has not won since the BMW Championship in 2022.
Yeah, he's certainly been very quiet on the PGA Tour this year, hasn't he?
Cameron Smith from rough to rough.
That was all Smith could really do there. Got to be on the right side of that fairway to be able to advance the ball, not deal with the left bunker.
Tee box on 17, and Sam Burns waiting for the green to clear. And this 17th green is part of a collection of golf holes where there's a lot of traffic, Jane.
There is a lot of traffic. You can see 16 green, then 17 green. You just walk off just a few paces really from where the pin is there. And then just to your left, you've got the 9th tee, you've got the 15th tee going in this direction. So there's a lot happening. So players waiting. I mean, that happens periodically on tour, doesn't it? Where you've got a few different tee boxes here and there, but this more so. Here's the 15th tee you can see right in front of us, and now Sam Burns ready to go. 241 it's playing today.
Oh.
One leaking right on him.
Yeah, wind is into the players and slightly off the left as well. That's what he thinks of that.
And while you have to keep your head on a swivel in that corner of the property at Aronimink, it does make for a great viewing experience if you're a fan.
Absolutely. I would definitely park myself right there. And you've really got beautiful vistas all over the golf course. I mean, there's certainly controversy as to how many trees were removed. There was a big blight a number of years ago that caused a lot of the big red oaks to die, and they were taken out many years ago. So, but you certainly have great vistas all over the golf course. Now Jason. As you can see, the flags just coming from left to right and slightly into the players. It's a demanding par 3. Started at the middle of the green and just work it slightly from left to right. Oh, Jason, goodness me. No, fortunately, he had enough club to get over the water. That's going to be a challenge from that little collection area, closely mown, fairway height.
Well, I'll tell you, as a golf fan, I can't wait to see him hit that shot.
Yes.
One of the best wedge players in the world. And now Woodland.
Yeah, when he has some sort of heavy metal in his hands, you know it's a long par 3. Probably a 7-wood or a hybrid here for Gary. Beautiful rhythm.
Shaping it nicely into the 17th green.
Get up, get up, get up. No, that wind just took enough off it. It couldn't quite hop up over that ridge. Still a good shot.
Holds on the top of the spine. A smile on the face of Gary Woodland. As our featured holes coverage continuing in the opening round of the PGA Championship. Opening round of the PGA Championship continues from Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. We're at Aronimink Golf Club, where Xander Schauffele and Steven Jaeger lead in the early action at 3 under par. Schauffele, a PGA champion back in 2024. A couple of golfers at 2 under par. One of them is Cameron Smith, as we join him out on 16.
There's a lot of grass behind the ball for Smith, making this lie difficult to judge with contact.
Yeah, he was trying to fly that a little bit further up and over that ridge and couldn't quite execute.
To the 15th tee, Ludwig Åberg.
A young man from Sweden. Look where he's aiming. He's aiming down the left, trying to cut it back into this fairway.
It's such a beautiful, compact swing.
Isn't it? Just simple.
I always joke that Ludwig was built in AI.
He looks like it, doesn't he? He's the prototypical golfer.
15th in the world, 2-time winner on the PGA Tour, but Åberg has never made the cut here at the PGA Championship. He's played in 9 majors. He's missed 4 cuts. He does not have a top 10 finish outside of Augusta.
That's an interesting stat, isn't it? You would have expected more, but he is a youngster.
And now Ricky Fowler.
Who had a chance to win last week at the Truist. That was an excellent final round, a 65.
Oh, this is going to have to sit softly. No. Anything starting left with a little draw doesn't have any chance, does it, Amelia?
Yeah, that's why this 15th hole is so difficult. Where the bunkers come into play, the fairway pinches in.
And now Bryson DeChambeau, the two-time U.S. Open champion.
Well, I would expect that he could reach those bunkers, see if he can fly them.
Such an entertaining player to watch with how much speed he generates. Starting down the right side and drawing.
Oh, that's massive.
And it's still rolling.
It's not that much further than Oberg's, really, when you look at it. Two excellent shots.
Back to the par 3 17. Jason Day has a wedge shot in front of him from just off the left side. Woodland with a great shot. And Burns in the right rough.
Yeah, for Sam Burns, it's definitely going to depend on the lie. It's going to be a tricky little short chip up and over that ridge, and then Jason Day is going to have to navigate quite a number of slopes from back where he is. Fortunately, he had plenty of club to get over the water, and another advantage is that he is slightly on the upslope, so that makes it a bit easier. You go downhill now, start to pick up speed.
Watch the magician work.
Yes, it's a touch of class. It really is a chipping clinic every time Jason has to chip, isn't it?
Cam Smith for a birdie on 16.
Well, if anyone can make this, this young man can.
Oh.
I mean, talk about magician.
Something about those Aussies, huh, Jane?
Yeah, we've been known to make a few putts. But that is a club he relies on so heavily.
What's the strategy here with Burns?
Well, he's just got to keep the speed up, get that club underneath the golf ball, let it land softly. Just very difficult. Not a bad effort, though. I'd give him about an 8 out of 10 there.
On the green at 16, Wyndham Clark has a chance at birdie.
Of course, won his U.S. Open at the Los Angeles Country Club, held off Rory McIlroy coming down the stretch. Well, he was in some fine form, wasn't he, that year? Kind of dropped off a little bit of late. Parted ways with his caddy, John Ellis. He's his golf coach at the University of Oregon.
Woodland over the spine for his birdie.
Come on, keep coming.
Stress-free 3 for Gary Woodland. Brian Harman, this a long look for par.
Got to keep the speed up here. Go, go.
Oh. Had the line. Just another full rotation and that's in.
Yeah, just ever so slightly uphill. Disappointing. As we keep saying, you've got to take advantage of the 2 par 5s out here.
Burns trying to get up and down.
Just powered that one through the break.
Don't see that often.
No, he
One of the best putters.
normally has excellent touch. Just got a little frisky with that one. Obviously very confident, want to jam it in the back, try and take out break. Jason's putting has fallen off a little bit in the last few years. He's gone from 9th in 2024 to 58th and now 43rd on the PGA Tour in strokes gained putting. You still wouldn't bet against him on this length putt, though.
This for his 7th par on this side. And a nice up and down.
Yeah, great up and down from there. You've got to have a good short game around here. If you're going to miss some shots, you must figure out where the best places to miss it are, and he had plenty of room to work with there.
Two of the longest drives we've seen at 15 so far today from Ludwig Åberg and Bryson DeChambeau. 352 for Åberg.
Yeah, it might be a lot of roll, but that's still a massive drive. Ricky Fowler, on the other hand, 225 left to the flag. Lie was decent given some of the gnarly ones we've seen. This needs a straight kick.
You know, a fairway wood's not a bad play out of there because, you know, you can kind of get it trundling along and hopefully you can kind of keep the face semi-square, but difficult to do when the rough is so dense.
And all the way up to the green, the fairway tilts from left to right, so you have to be dangerously close to those right bunkers.
Okay. Cam Smith at 17.
Yep. Oh, he didn't like it right away. Not good contact. Oof. It hit Spectator in the back of the leg. Hopefully he's okay. I guess the back of the leg is better than the head, but wow, that was wayward there from Cam.
Now, he does not have a Wanamaker in his grasp, but perhaps nobody has played better than this man at the PGA Championship over the last couple of years. DeChambeau, only player with top 5 finishes in the last 3 PGAs, and the first to do so since Tiger Woods from 2005 to 07.
From that position, I would say he'd be a little disappointed with that. Just checking his aim, checking his divot. With his caddy, Greg Bodine. They've made a pretty good combination since he hopped on the bag.
Sun peeking through the clouds in Philadelphia. A little bit of rain overnight and in early action of this opening round, but expecting a good forecast throughout the weekend.
It really is a beautiful piece of property here. And Donald Ross laid out this golf course extremely well, utilizing every little topographical feature. There's Åberg on tape.
Trying to use the left slope on the green to work it towards the flag from 179.
That's a good view of what the players are looking at from the fairway with the slopes on these greens. That's a pretty good effort there from Ludwig.
To 16, the second from Patrick Cantlay.
He was able to hit the fairway, so that's the first step accomplished. See if he can launch this one nice and high and get it to land softly. Settle down. That's the difficult part because this green is not very deep. It's quite shallow.
The third from Thigala now.
And the wind coming off the left doesn't help.
Is it off the right? If anything, yeah. Well, it's showing. Maybe a range of like 15 to 17. Yeah. It's showing just off the right, if anything. Left right. Yeah.
Talking things over with his caddy Carl Smith, just outside 100 yards for Thigala.
Took a big first bounce. It's okay.
The three-time PGA champion, Brooks Koepka, joining us on our featured hole coverage at 15.
Just aiming down that left side. See if he can fade it back into the fairway. Yeah, excellent tee shot there, Brooks.
15 covers your right edge. Yeah.
5-time major champion, Brooks Koepka.
And I'd have to say, Brooks looking very fit these days. I was chatting to him in the practice round. I said, "You're looking really fit." He's saying, "I used to be fat." I go, "Oh, hey, I know better than that, Brooks."
Well, it is interesting just watching him on the property, and since he's rejoined the PGA Tour, he said he's found his love for golf once again.
That's nice to hear. He's healthy again. He told me he's feeling fit and, as you said, enjoying your golf. And it's much easier to enjoy your golf when you're feeling well and healthy.
Wyndham Clark at 17.
Well, this is a good-looking shot if it's the right club. Well done.
You like this one?
Another PGA champion in this group alongside Brooks Koepka. It's Xander Schauffele at 2 under par.
It's always nice when you have an early tee pickup. And he bombed that right past Brooks. Sneaky long is Xander. You know, you don't look at him and think, oh, he's one of the longest players on tour, but he really has picked up a lot of distance. Now this is going to require all of his magical chipping and putting ability to get this down in 2.
See if your Aussie can deliver.
I wouldn't bet against him, but
pretty good.
It's going to need a long putt. But of all the players that I would want with a putter in their hand, he would be number 1.
Bryson DeChambeau.
This is going to be a very delicate putt moving left.
We had the speed judged well there, Amelia. A little not so good on the borrow, but he judged the pace well.
Back over to Patrick Cantlay.
Yeah, here at the 16th, trying to get up and over that ridge, and that's a prime example of how dense that rough was. You could hear the club just go thud. And now it's no gimme to get down in 2 from here.
Yeah, and with that spine in the middle of this 16th green, that was about 6 inches away from falling down the hill. Ludwig Oberg for his birdie look.
This will move left as it loses speed.
Oberg flirts with the edge. Cantlay. A long look at birdie on 16.
Yeah, he's going to do well to get down in 2 from that position. Tricky little one left. A lot of players have misread that one so far this morning.
Now Ricky Fowler.
This 15th being one of the most difficult on the golf course. Coming around an even par for the week. You do the other stuff well, you'll have a chance to win come Sunday.
Boy, and Ricky Fowler really has been putting so much better so far this year. It's lovely to see. As early on in his career, he was almost automatic with those.
Riding a streak of 3 straight top 10 finishes on the PGA Tour. Amelia talked about his 2nd place finish at Truist, but before that, tied for 9th at Cadillac, tied for 8th at RBC Heritage. Over to Wyndham Clark.
I think that must have been a misread because he hit it straight there.
Now Bryson for his par.
Second in the Live Golf standings this year, already a couple of wins and a couple of thirds. But not off to a good start at this PGA Championship so far. Plenty of golf left, but a par 5 coming up. You wouldn't really bet against him to make a birdie or a possible eagle. Try and get himself back on track.
And now Oberg. He converts. Now Cam Smith over on 17 trying to convert a wild up and down.
Oh, hole must look as big as a peach basket right now, the way he's been putting so far today. Not this time. Just didn't quite see that break from left to right. Had good pace. He drops one there at 17. Poor tee shot.
Falls back into a tie for a second. Still a 2 under par. And his first hiccup on his opening round. Sahith Theegala.
It's a ticklish one from the back. Gave it a little too much respect, I think. He's such a natural looking golfer, isn't he? It's not, doesn't look like a contrived swing. It just looks like he was born into that golf swing.
Brooks Koepka.
Yeah, a little bit of above his feet. Where this ball is, trying to bring it in from right to left. Needs a good bounce.
Oh, and he gets it.
Oh, yes. That was a fortunate kick.
One of the better approaches we've seen into 15 today. And it should be no surprise as Brooks Koepka leads the PGA Tour in strokes gained approach this year. And Cantlay able to escape with that 3-putt par.
Well, Xander just bumped it down there. As I was saying, you wouldn't really think that Xander Schauffele hits the ball so far, but he really is sneaky long. Just 188 yards and a terrific angle to this right-hand pin.
Riding a streak of 16 consecutive cuts made at majors. That's the longest active streak. Scotty Scheffler, one behind him at 15. Another guy who had success here at Aronimink back in 2018 at the BMW Championship in a tie for third.
Okay.
And Minwoo Lee stays at even par for his opening round. All the Aussies are out for Jane Crafter this morning here on our featured holes. One of our featured groups has made their way to our featured holes. It's a featured group with 11 major championships combined to their name. First up, number 2 in the world, Rory McIlroy.
Looks like he's lost this one to the left. Could be problematic over there.
Now, Rory completed the career Grand Slam last year at Augusta, and this week, Jordan Spieth is trying to do the same to become the 7th to complete the career Grand Slam. Just has the PGA Championship left to do in his 10th attempt this week.
It's got to be hard not to think about it, but once you get into your round, you're just really focused on shot to shot and what you have in front of you. But it's the lead up to the championship where everyone's reminding you of what might be possible.
He's one of 3 players to win each major except for the PGA. The other 2, Arnold Palmer and Tom Watson. Good company. Xander Schauffele, who one day hopes to be talking about career Grand Slams, has this for birdie at 15.
Trying to marry line and speed with this left to right break. So amazing to see Schauffele break out at Valhalla to get that first of 2 majors.
He had a phenomenal year, didn't he? It was great to see. So much relief, so much joy from his childhood or his college buddy, Austin Kaiser, who caddies for him.
And playing alongside McIlroy and Spieth is a 2-time major winner in Jon Rahm, U.S. Open and Masters champion.
Yeah, that should stay, I believe.
Over to 17, where Min-Woo Lee is getting set to play the 17th.
Under par right now, which is a good effort. He's a good long iron player, is Min-Woo. His sister's a pretty darn good iron player as well. Minjee Lee plays on the LPGA, but perhaps slightly the wrong shape. He needed a little more left to right on that one.
Yeah, they're only the 3rd pair of siblings to win on the PGA and LPGA Tour. Minjee with 11 LPGA wins, 3 majors to her name.
Yeah, she's had a fantastic career so far. Now Brooks trying to keep this up high enough. Not quite enough pace.
It's so difficult because that last 3 feet is actually uphill, but the first part of the putt is down.
Yeah, it's just that little bit of slope coming off the front of the green, isn't it? The players putting back up against the hill.
But hey, tap in pars on 15, you'll take.
Amen to that.
Cantlay next to play on 17.
It's kind of fun to see these PGA Tour quality players playing fairway metals and hybrids and long irons off the tee. And that is back where Jason Day was, only this one is coming from the downslope. That's going to be even more difficult.
And the other member of this group, Theegala.
See if he can play the correct shape.
Safely aboard.
Yes, he can. Come on down.
It's getting better for Sahith Theegala.
Yeah, that was very well done.
Look at the tee shots from McIlroy, Rahm, and Spieth here at 15.
Look at Jon Rahm, 360 yards. Just trickled into that first cut, but it looked like it was sitting up. I don't know if Rory's going to be quite so fortunate over there in the thick primary. And Jordan Spieth's definitely been driving the golf ball much better.
Came closest to winning the PGA Championship back in 2015 at Whistling Straits, where he finished runner-up to Jason Day.
Of course, the wrist surgery last year held him back, and fortunately feeling pretty healthy right now, so not having to think about that at all anymore.
Just over 200 yards for Spieth.
Yeah, that wind is starting to pick up again in slightly different direction. Instead of right to left off this tee, it's slightly left to right and helping now. It's okay. It's on the dance floor.
Wind was going yesterday, and it was the exact opposite direction, into their faces on 15.
Yeah, and really the other couple of days, not a huge amount of wind. So it's certainly been, yeah, whatever nature's going to throw at them, they have to adapt.
And now over to McIlroy. 192 yards left from the left rough, as the phones are out for world number 2.
They certainly are. Look at that. Memorialize this moment. It's a good angle to attack this right hole location if he can judge it correctly.
Sounded clean. And looks great.
That's pretty darn good.
Two-time PGA champion, a winner in 2012 at Kiowa, and 2 years later at Valhalla. And it took that long wait from that victory in Louisville for him to pick up his first major at Augusta last year. 2 wins in his last 5 majors after going winless in 38 consecutive majors for Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, because I think it should come out a little bit, you know, and so low 40s would probably be really ideal. Really aggressive with it too, huh? Yeah, that's it.
That's the voice of Adam Hayes, been caddying for John Rahm for quite some time.
Straight down, yes. Yep.
Rahm finished in 8th last year at Quail Hollow. It's 2 over par in his final round.
Yeah, he made a run before kind of dropping away right at the end.
He does not have a top 5 finish in a major since joining LIV.
Okay. That's well done from that first cut of rough.
We'll have a couple of long looks at birdie for this group as they make their way up to 15 green. Out to 16.
Now up and over that big spine in the green. That's a very nice effort there.
That from Siwoo Kim, who also finished in a tie for 8th last year at Quail Hollow. He's having himself quite a PGA Tour season. 6 top 10 finishes and 13 starts. 4 top 5s for Siwoo Kim.
Yeah, just a very consistent ball striker, isn't he? Just needs that putter to heat up even a little more.
Tap in birdie brings them back to even par. A little bit of a backup here on 16 as our group of DeChambeau and company getting set to hit their next shots.
This tee shot's only getting more challenging with the wind straight into the face. Almost 300 yards at least to carry the left bunkers, pinching the fairway.
Wind is definitely picking up, isn't it? I'm looking at my little wind app. It says about 10 miles an hour, but gusts to about 17. So
it's gusting right now, this tee shot. 15 to 20. You'd rather miss it right. Gives you a better angle into the green.
Now all 3 of these golfers forced to lay up. See if Bryson is able to get anything out of this right rough.
It's all right. That's a decent spot. He's still going to have that bunker and the slope to deal with over there.
The wedge shot from Patrick Cantlay on the left side of 17.
He's going to have to slide that face right under the golf ball. That is quite well done. Keep on trundling. Come on. Okay. I'd take that from the downslope there over the green. It was well executed. All right, Minwoo, show us something there.
Aussies in their wedge game.
Let's hope he doesn't let us down.
The chef, let him cook.
Good on you, mate, as we would say. Beautiful effort. You know, a lot of these Australian professionals have grown up, even though Minwoo's from Western Australia. There's great courses over there, but they played a lot of their amateur golf on the sand belt and those courses like Royal Melbourne and Metropolitan, Kingston Heath. Tightly mown areas around the greens. Deep bunkers, fast greens, so you know they know how to play those shots. Well done.
Lee stays at 1 under. Back out to 16 and Ricky Fowler.
See if he can utilize the slope behind the hole to bring it back. Was never online. Got to be a little disappointed with that wedge.
Jordan Spieth for a long look at birdie on 15.
Yeah, downhill, coming from left to right, then heading back uphill again. Settle. Okay, it's a good leave.
Over.
Just don't see how that swing can go wrong, do you? It's just very simple. But I would say neither of those wedge shots would elicit pleasure from those players.
Rory trying to learn something from Jordan Spieth.
Good try. Well, he looks like he's walking fine. You know, he had a blister under that right pinky toenail and had to get a wider pair of shoes and have it all bandaged up, but it doesn't seem to be affecting his gait or his swing at all.
Yeah, I walked a few holes with him yesterday and said the foot feels good. Went a half size larger.
Well, you were in that famous photo.
Oh, gosh.
People...
I was hoping you wouldn't bring that up, Jane. I saw more of Rory McIlroy's right foot than I need to for the rest of time. And now Bryson with a little music on it. Gets it to stop nicely at 16.
Yeah, brought that one in low with a little extra spin on it.
And now Rahm for his birdie on 15.
We've seen a lot of this putt. Downhill to start with, breaking to the right, and back uphill again. Come on. Good effort.
So Rahm, McIlroy, and Spieth all with shorties for a par on 15, and they'll all happily take it. And one of the toughest par 4s on property, playing as the longest par 4 in major championship history.
It is a bear. Made a little bit easier by the fact that the wind is helping, but still it's a challenge. That's well done there from Cantlay.
Yeah, he gets up and down for a par on 17. That's a momentum builder for Cantlay.
Yeah, not an easy up and down from over the green.
To Spieth. Looking at the hole, something he's done for a couple of years now on his short putts.
Yeah, it just stops you from watching the putter, you know, and worrying about how the putter is going to go. A lot of players, including myself, used to use that method to practice, you know, so you're not worried about, well, how straight is my putter going back? Just kind of frees you up. Okay.
And McIlroy. The putting will be the story for Rory to try and pick off the first two majors this week. 105th in strokes gained putting this year. He ranked 9th last year.
Yeah, it's definitely been a drop-off. And he has only played 8 worldwide events. He's only played 6 on the PGA Tour so far this year. So he's definitely picking and choosing the events that he wants to play.
Oberg for birdie on 16.
Yeah, players not really seeing the break that comes off the bunker there. They're missing it right from that angle and left from the other side of the hole. Perhaps Ricky Fowler, who will follow Oberg, can read it correctly. Uphill all the way, breaking. Yeah, there you go. Good job, Rick.
Just inside 34 feet for the loudest roar here at 16 for a fan favorite, Ricky Fowler. And this is a man who would love to get his hands on the Wanamaker Trophy.
Wouldn't he? Love to
He
have
has
a major.
knocked on the door for much of his career. 13 top 10s at majors without a win. That's the most in the field this week.
Oh, and he's such a beloved figure, isn't he, in American golf? Has so many fans. I'll wait till Sunday when he dons the orange from his alma mater.
So many great storylines this week of Spieth trying to complete the Grand Slam. Of course, Scotty trying to win back-to-back. McIlroy trying to become the first since Jack Nicklaus to win the Masters and PGA Championship in the same year. Jack did it back in 1975.
Well, Bryson for birdie really has to capitalize on these par 5s. Should break just a little from right to left. Oh my goodness.
And one of the longest hitters out here in Bryson DeChambeau. Missing an opportunity here at one of the only par 5s on property. It is a par 70.
Well, I would say it's one of the more challenging hole locations on this green, and that's the defense of this hole, is where Kerry Haig and the PGA of America staff decide to put the hole locations. That one's really tucked and hard to get at with a long club, even hard to get at with a sand wedge.
The group of Schauffele, Koepka, and Hatton waiting for this group to clear the green at 16. Here's Oberg. Stays at even par on the day. And Xander ready to play. Amelia.
266 yards, the only player that can go for this green because Schauffele ended up in the fairway. Koepka advanced it close to those right bunkers. It may have drifted through the fairway. Hatton's in the fairway. Back into the wind, 246 front. You want to air long, more space there.
Right.
Not sure what he was trying to do there. Was he trying to sling one in from right to left and just lost it right? Wow.
Your first look from that far right here on 16. And a look at the second shots from both Brooks Koepka and Tyrrell Hatton, both laying up here on the par 5, playing into the wind today.
Because you have space, Jane, behind the flag, into the wind becomes easier. When it's a back flag into the wind, that's when it's difficult for these guys to control their spin.
Yeah, and it's interesting to look at that little graphic we just saw with the cross bunkers guarding that layup area. You've got to be very precise playing out of the rough to where the angle you want to attack.
That's what makes the 16th such a well-designed hole, because if you miss the fairway, you're not guaranteed to get back into it.
Well, that's exactly right. And Tyrrell's pretty darn good with his sand wedges, so let's see what he can produce here. He's not having the best of days so far, but that's a pretty decent shot. I would say about 15, 18 feet behind the flag. You've got to take that front bunker out of play. That is diabolical if you put your ball in that with a short-sighted shot. Now Brooks will be next from the other side of the fairway, Amelia.
And ended up in a perfect spot in the flat area in the fairway. Excellent angle to the flag. He can be aggressive.
Just 98 yards remaining for Brooks Koepka in his third.
Studying these green complexes is really important because there's so many nuances to the slopes. Definitely want to make sure you land this pass hole high and bring it back towards the flag. That's the best way to control it.
You've got 100. So, I mean, what are you going to play at? 110, yeah. Love it.
It's the voice of Ricky Elliott, the Irishman.
Back at you a little bit. Yeah. Okay, stick to your number, mate. Like it.
You also want to hit this hole high, because if you come up a little short, there's a slope just past the bunker that will kick it right and short of the green. Nice flighted trajectory.
It just carried.
Golf ball listen to Brooks, and he'll have a look at birdie. And back on the tee box at 16, McIlroy.
He's playing back into this breeze now. See if he has the firepower to carry the bunkers. He does, but in the rough.
He hit it nearly 400 yards yesterday with the wind in his practice round here on 16. A parting of the Philly faithful, creating a lane for Xander Schauffele.
This is such a prime area to spectate. The 16th green is right next to the 10th and 8th green, also next to the 17th tee and 15th tee. You want to see the most golf possible one spot, you come right here to 16.
Looks like he's having a little chat with some of the gallery members. There'll be no clicks of the phone, please, in my backswing. Make sure it's on silent. Everybody wants to use their phone, don't they? Record an up-close and personal moment. Not the easiest of shots, Amelia, here.
The only benefit, a lot of green to work with, but this is going to require creativity on the landing spot because it will have a lot of rollout once it lands on the putting surface.
Yeah, we're looking at kind of a side view of the green, and that really gives us a great idea of what he is facing. Kind of a little plateau that he's going to land the ball on, and then it's going to trundle down to the hole, downhill right to left.
Looks like Schauffele is going to wait for Ricky Fowler to tee off.
And here is Ricky Fowler at 17.
Setting up for a fade to this back right hole. It's been a popular spot for the last few groups, hasn't it? The old double cross. Aim it left and hook it. I think he's still going to be waiting for the group on 17. It would appear.
So we'll join Oberg.
Oberg's pretty quick to play. He's trying to get this one to move from left to right. Not quite enough. He's trying to get a little bit more fade on it, Stephen, so that the wind would hold it up. It just kind of went right through the breeze.
I'm not getting 6 right.
And now DeChambeau.
So why don't you just tee this one up a yard or two back over on the right side and do 238, even if it flies in and just goes over. That's not.
It's very important to get the proper flight on these shots into the wind. Otherwise, it just rides the wind, and the ball can really go anywhere, especially if you're faced with a gust.
Pretty much right into their face.
Exactly. Middle of the green, about a 230 shot is where you want to land it. That's playing closer to 240.
Sounded like he's gone for a 5-iron.
If anything, with crosswind, slightly out of the left.
Oh my gosh, full right.
This one's headed way right. Off the grandstand. Now Xander ready to play.
I like a mid-flighted pitch shot here. Want to have something that's able to go up and over the slope, about halfway in this shot on the green.
I would say that is well done. He's left himself a very good opportunity to make a birdie. It was trampled down over there. It wasn't the easiest of lies. It was a little gnarly, so he made good contact.
Here's another look at the lie.
Yeah, he was playing it pretty much from his back foot. Just trying to make sure he got good contact with that sand wedge. Kind of move the ball forward. You don't want to come up and under it. It was well done.
This putt is fairly flat, little right to left movement. Important for Hatton to stay in the present on this putt. He missed a short one on the last. You can't let that affect you mentally, because then you're going to adjust on a totally different putt with a different line.
Yeah, we know he can be pretty volatile, to
It is
say the
entertaining.
least. Oh, he's certainly entertaining.
Just outside 13 feet for Hatton. And he quit on it early.
Yeah, he'll be having a good mutter to himself. Tied for third at the Masters, but, you know, hasn't been playing that really good level of golf on the Live Tour that we would expect. He's ranked 18th, and really all of his statistics haven't been that good for him this year.
He does seem to rise to the moment at majors.
He does.
Top 4 in 2 of the last 3. Also had a tied fourth at Oakmont.
So I'm kind of surprised after a good showing at the Masters that he's not started off better. Now Brooks.
Talk about guys who rise to the moment in majors.
There are certain areas on the greens that fool players. This spot is one of them. It's been hanging out left.
Koepka just on the edge.
With a whisker more speed, Amelia, I think he would have made that.
Yep.
Just kind of ran out of oomph.
Well, when the greens are playing as fast as they are, there's a delicate balance of hitting a committed putt and then just kind of guiding it there.
I think that's a good call. Just didn't look quite convinced.
So it's a 5 for Hatton and Koepka, and now Xander Schauffele with the best look for birdie of the group, just outside 6 feet.
Well, and from this opposite side, we've seen a lot of players miss this putt low. And that's a good view we've got from behind. You can certainly see the slope, perhaps firm on the left edge.
I love that.
Held its line well. Nice birdie there, Xander.
Right in the heart for Schauffele, brings him back to 3 under par.
So off to a terrific start for the championship, especially on this back nine that is a challenging 9 of the 2.
And now Bryson off the grandstand, dropped and leaves it short.
Yeah, needed about 2 or 3 more steps of carry, and that would have been terrific. But a really poor iron shot off the tee.
Jordan Spieth in the fairway on 16.
Yeah, going for it in 2.
Sit down. Softly.
Well, not that softly. Got to be careful what you ask for. You might get it.
Ricky Fowler chipping from the left side of 17. Well judged.
Yeah, nicely judged for speed. I think he'd be pleased with that. Very tightly mown area back there. Fairway cut. But pretty easy for these players just to slide that sole under the golf ball. Big tee shot here from John Rahm.
296 off the tee, leaves him 258.
Ball slightly below his feet. Wind pretty much right in his face at the moment.
Can play this at the flag, even if you miss it left. It's actually not bad, even though it's short-sighted.
It's almost a better spot to be than further right, I think.
I agree.
Go. Go ball. Go. Go ball. Go. Go blood.
Oh, wow. That wind just ate that ball up. It really fooled him, didn't it?
Looking up at the trees. Over to Rory McIlroy.
242 for McIlroy.
Just going to try and scoot it out towards the front of the green. Nope, just scoot it into the front bunker.
A lot of sand for that group at 16.
Good to see such great crowds out here in Philly, Newtown Square.
Second from Moberg.
It's difficult to control when you're in that thick rough. Hard to tell how it's going to come out. But that's not a bad putt to have to save par.
The third from Bryson. Lands it on the downslope.
That's a nice chip. And with all your irons that are the same length, the knock on that might be, well, it's got to be harder to chip with and hit bunker shots with. But on the Live Tour, he's third in scrambling, so it's hard to argue against, you know, his setup. It seems to work well for him. He understands what's required. Very nice chip there from Bryson.
Got a roller coaster effect for Bryson in his last 6 majors. 3 missed cuts and 3 top 10 finishes.
Sublime or ridiculous,
yeah,
right?
Did miss the cut earlier this year at the Masters. And that seems to be the course fit for this man, Ludwig Åberg. But he's trying to make the cut at the PGA for the first time in his career. That will help.
Yeah, it's funny how some courses just fit your eye, and clearly he does very well at Augusta National. But even par, it's okay. It's keeping it within reach. We've got Stephen Jaeger making the turn, and he's 4 under. Xander at 3. Bud Cauley also at 3. Aldrich Putgeter, who we saw earlier in our coverage, is at -2.
And Fowler trying to stay at 1 under.
Yeah. I don't think it really moved right. I think it just started there and stayed there, Rick. Oh, it's disappointing not to be able to get up and down there.
Second bogey of the day for Fowler. Drops him back to even.
Well, at 241 yards, that's a hard par 3 into the wind.
This for bogey.
A disappointing bogey there for DeChambeau, but a really poor 5-iron off the tee led to a couple of chips and a putt.
Look at the second shots from Rahm, Spieth, and McIlroy at 16. Spieth and McIlroy on the beach. And Rahm will have a tasty little wedge shot here.
Yes, this is going to be somewhat of a challenge.
Well, and the club face is wide open. Needs to come through with a ton of speed.
That's what you fear.
You know, walking around this golf course and these holes especially, that was my sense, is that these up and downs are no bargain. If you're in the bunker, well, it's a pretty straightforward shot. You know what you're going to get, but that thick rough is very difficult to judge.
McIlroy up first in the bunker.
Just okay. Did you get a chance to look at the lies in the bunker, Amelia?
The lies are good.
Mm-hmm.
And Spieth is going to wait for Xander Schauffele to hit. Oh, that is starting left of the pond.
Wow.
Through the crowd. Next to the 18th tee box. One of those big cross sections here at Aronimink. Crowd was watching the tee shot on 18 and got a surprise golf ball at their feet. Now to Brooks.
This is fading towards the flag.
Yeah, and Brooks just knows, middle of the green, thank you, every day. I'll take 2 putts and go to 18T.
And that cut shot with long irons is just so consistent for Koepka.
Yeah, it's been his bread and butter, really, all his career. And his mental approach, Amelia, is so strong. He knows he can eliminate at least half the field with how he approaches these major championships.
That's why he's won more majors than PGA Tour events.
That's right.
He's able to hit the shots under pressure. Hatton will have to make sure he flights this under the left to right wind and into with a fairway metal. That is up in the air and needs to make sure it's the right distance.
Ooh.
Pretty close. Now it's good, though.
Now it's good. 3 more yards to the left, and that would have been wet, because nothing is stopping the golf ball if it goes the other side of that little ridge.
as Tyrrell Hatton looks to the sky and says thank you. Over to Jordan Spieth.
Just on the putting surface, there's a pretty severe slope pitching towards the back, making it difficult to spin this shot.
Yeah, I think you just have to not try and get too cute with that. Just give yourself a chance for a birdie, because the odds against getting it really close from there were difficult, weren't they? Well, they were not very good.
The only benefit for Jon Rahm with his fourth shot is that he's more on the upslope, and the fact that it's into the wind should be able to pop this one up more and keep it on the flat to land it.
Yeah, he's a little bit closer to the green, and that makes a big difference. You don't have as much bunker and rough to carry, so he can possibly get a little bit cuter with this one. I agree.
Rahm on the upslope.
Let gravity do the work through the strike. Wow.
Yeah. It was such a much easier shot to try and play than the one Spieth had. But well done. You still have to execute.
He recovers nicely from his first wedge.
These guys are good.
11, easy tap in for
Yes. Well, let's have another look at this one. Face wide open, hands low, kind of a la Seve. Pick the club up, break your wrist really sharply, just pop the club right under it. Take a little pillow of sand, and the sand will send the ball just landing on the front edge. Textbook there from Jon Rahm. Rory saying, hey, that was pretty good. Gives you a good idea of what a big man Jon Rahm is. He's tall, he's strong, he's thickly built, isn't he? He's very stocky, with very quick hands.
Jordan Spieth lining up a birdie party. He's opened with 6 straight pars. The last time he opened a major with 6 straight pars was the 2015 PGA Championship, where he finished in 2nd place. So let's see if Spieth can get into red numbers here.
Well, Spieth is such a momentum player. He makes 1 birdie and he can make 5.
Yeah, it's always nice, isn't it, on the first 9 of a major to start to see some putts go in. Amelia, that's got to give him a lot of confidence.
Jordan Spieth has talked about one part of his game going really well each day, just hasn't been able to put it all together. Think about the 65 he shot at the Cadillac Championship Thursday, but then the 75 Saturday. Needs to put 4 good rounds together, and what a time if he would be able to do that at the PGA Championship.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Getting everything to gel at the same time.
And perhaps he's learned something from watching this man about the pressure of fulfilling the career goal of the career Grand Slam.
It becomes a battle within yourself more than the actual golf course. Just a touch of movement for McIlroy, but it shouldn't be outside the hole.
And it's another player that needs to see something go in. Maybe a touch too much pace for that line. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Just a bit too much speed. Just didn't quite take the break. Hard to argue that it wasn't a good putt, but just a margin of millimeters at this level. That's a great view of all the spectators that have come out to watch. You can see the sun starting to come out, which is wonderful.
McIlroy makes his par. He joked with the media earlier this week that he spent a week in Philadelphia prepping for this major and playing Aronimink after much was made of him taking the old jet to Augusta National and playing ahead of the Masters.
Oh, it must be nice. I mean, you've got to take advantage of all those perks you have of being such a star player, and it's nice to be able to just fly up, play some golf, fly home, pop your little one into bed, say a bedtime story, and away you go. So
he's been very selective of the events that he's played this year, with the goal of winning majors in mind. And here is the tee shot from Xander Schauffele on 17, across the road and left of the tee box on 18.
Now that is going to be an adventure.
Just had a similar shot on 17.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a bad lie. You just got to keep the speed up. Oh, did he hit too much ball?
Trying to use the back slope.
Okay, he'll still be able to putt it, but it could be a little bit of an impeded backswing.
Tyrrell Hatton for birdie at 17.
He has a reputation as one of the better putters in golf. He can get hot and streaky. That's pretty well judged.
Over to Brooks Koepka. He slides his birdie putt past.
That'll get his attention coming back.
Well, it was interesting to see Xander struggle here at 17, because going back to 2018 at Aronimink when the BMW Championship was here, he was the only player in the field to birdie 17 3 times.
That is golfing your ball. Oh, it was probably played a little bit shorter. I think they built another tee box here at 17 this year.
And a lot wetter. A lot of rain that week in Philadelphia, which is why the winning score by Keegan Bradley got to 20 under par.
Yeah, players were just throwing darts, really. Now, here's an instance where he's going to have to really lift the putter up quickly. Hard to get good, solid contact. He's just going to have to accept bogey after that really bad tee shot and just move along. I love how all the golf manufacturers put out special bags for each of the majors.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun to watch. That's
a couple of fun ones from TaylorMade and Callaway.
Yeah, the Phillies. Yeah.
City of Brotherly Love etched into the TaylorMade bags this week. The Callaway golf bags with the red pinstripe of the Philadelphia Phillies. There's a good look at a TaylorMade bag.
That's Gary Woodland. Oh no, for Ryan Vermeer. He's also a KU grad, as is Gary Woodland. Ryan, one of the Corebridge Financial team of 20 PGA professionals who qualified. Important putt here for Koepka. Keep the momentum. Yeah, that was well holed.
He makes his 3.
And Brooks gone to one of the mallet putters as well. For a long time, he had that Scotty Cameron blade putter with a Terillium insert. And I mean, it wasn't Brooks Koepka putting if it wasn't with that putter. Seems like it's pretty popular now, all these mallets.
Hatton cleans it up. I think a guy by the name of Scotty Scheffler made it popular again.
Ah, yes, of course, Rory McIlroy made that suggestion, and I bet he wishes he hadn't.
Yeah. Well, 4 of the last 5 majors won by McIlroy and Scheffler, so maybe it's in the mallet.
Yes, we all need to go buy one, I think.
Now, Alex Fitzpatrick, one of the feel-good stories coming into the PGA Championship, off to a strong start. He was under par for much of his opening 9. He's back to even for the championship.
Wasn't his best bunker shot there from Alex. Because he and Matt won the Zurich Team Championship together in New Orleans, and not a happy camper with that shot.
Back on 17.
It's a large green, but that is deceiving because the false front on the left side comes into play quickly if you don't carry it past 230.
Hybrid here, by the look of it.
The wind is down. It has been gusting on this tee. This is fading right of that spine. And that's going to be where we saw Denny McCarthy. It's a very delicate chip.
Yeah, it looks like it's just kind of settled down as well. Looking at our view, Amelia. It was the right idea, but just overcut it.
You'd rather, though, miss it long left. That's an easier chip than to the right because of that steep spine on the right side.
Now Rory with the long iron.
Which is such a strength of his. Now this could be close if it's the distance.
Well, one more club, I think, Amelia.
That's going to be okay, though. Middle of the green, you take it every day on 17.
Indeed, I'd much rather worry about a long lag putt than what Jordan is facing.
That's why it's important to be disciplined when you get to difficult holes like the 15th and 17th, because there are birdie opportunities out there on some of the shorter par 4s and the 2 par 5s. You can't get greedy on a par 3 like this, because if you just miss it slightly, then you're hard pressed to make par.
Absolutely, you just have to step up and hit a shot, don't you? Rahm's ready now. Looks like it might be a 5 iron. Could be a 4.
With his power fade, we'll need to start this down the left-hand side of the green. Actually hit a little draw against the wind. That was a creative shot.
Not quite sure what he was trying to do there. I'm surprised at that shot. It's starting to come back now.
And bye-bye golf ball. As Rahm's ball falls off the front.
Well, it won't go too much further. It's relatively flat there, but both Rory and Rahm could have done with one more club.
Back to Alex Fitzpatrick, making his PGA Championship debut.
He's been on such a high, hasn't he, the last few weeks? You just wonder how much gas he has left in the tank.
Yeah, after his win with his brother at Zurich, earning him a tour card, and he was well on his way through the DP World Tour to earning that card, but tied for 9th at Doral. He was a 54-hole leader at the Truist Championship, ended up finishing 4th. Sometimes all you need is a chance, and he's making the most of his.
That's right. Good to see. Drops a shot there at 15.
Stephen Jaeger at 4 under par is the leader in the opening round of the PGA Championship. Featured hole coverage continues from the 108th PGA Championship. Sun is popping out at Aronimink Golf Club, the site of this year's second major.
And Aronimink means place of water in the Lenape language. And all of these holes have Indian names. We've got Seneca, we've got Blackfoot, we've got Sioux, we've got all sorts of interesting names for these holes.
Stephen Yeager, a one-shot lead over the field. Bud Cauley, one shot back. John Rahm from just off the front of the 17th green.
Keep tracking, keep tracking. Oh, it was looking good. It's going to be 3 or 4 feet left for his par, but pretty good effort there.
Over to 16, one of the PGA professionals in the field, Ryan Vermeer, PGA Director of Instruction at Happy Hollow Club in Omaha, Nebraska, has this for birdie.
I think I'd like to belong to Happy Hollow. It sounds like a great spot.
It would fit you well.
And as we saw on his bag, graduate of Kansas University.
Yeah, his 6th career PGA Championship.
That's tremendous. Congratulations to him.
Jordan Spieth, let's see what he can do with the wedge in hand.
Trying to pop it up. It is just so fast, the steep slope. If there's anyone that can make it from anywhere, it's Jordan Spieth. That was pretty darn close.
It had eyes, didn't it?
Oh man, Amelia, you almost had the front row seat to the Jordan Spieth experience.
I've had the front row seat before, and this place would have gone nuts if that went in.
There's probably not a better story this week than Jordan Spieth contending for his career Grand Slam. That's what the fans want.
Just squeaked by, didn't it? Jordan was hoping, he was lining it up. Like, come on. That's a hard shot. Anything missed to that right side today is very difficult with that whole location.
Now, the only negative for Jordan Spieth this week is that he's a Cowboys fan in Eagles territory.
That's a big rivalry.
McIlroy just outside 53 feet.
We'll have to navigate the spine of the green halfway between his ball and the flag and play this well out to the right.
Got to have good imagination as it's going to start to pick up pace now.
Looks like he painted the picture well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, really well done.
Yep. The thing about Donald Ross greens is it's more than an art form than a science, isn't it, putting? You've got to have such good imagination and figure out, you know, where the high point is of the putt and how much pace it needs to get up and over a lot of these ridges and spines.
I like finding the high point and where the ball is going to finish.
Mm-hmm.
You hear people say it's going to come in at 5 o'clock, 3 o'clock. That's a great way. You start at the cup and then you draw that curve to the ball.
What do you see in Spieth's putt, Amelia?
It's not a lot of movement. Actually putting back up the hill, might want to go a touch to the right. It's not much outside the hole, though.
9.5 feet left.
And for back-to-back up and downs.
Oh, superb.
Look at the Eagles fans cheering him on.
Oh, he's the golden child. He's America's golden boy. Come on.
They're not that mean. Great start for Jordan Spieth.
He had so much success so early, didn't he? And then he's had a lull, had some swing issues, had some physical issues with his wrist, but he's starting to kind of climb his way out of that funk and be fully healthy again. So it's neat to see.
And now Rahm for par.
And Rahm was talking about feeling the love from the American crowd last year at Quail Hollow. Yeah, good putt.
Good golf transcends favoritism.
Absolutely, yeah. And they appreciate good quality golf. And he was playing some good golf. He kind of dropped away at the end, but he had a little bit of a charge going.
Short work left for McIlroy. Just 2.5 feet.
It's kind of odd to see Rory in a different pair of golf shoes. He's worn kind of the same style of shoe for so long. It can make a difference with how you feel, you know, how, you know, what the height is of the heel and how it affects your balance over the golf ball.
So McIlroy, Spieth, and Rahm are through our featured holes. Coverage continues next on ESPN.
It's not an easy feat to kind of filter down to 20 and be here, and it's something that, you know, we appreciate with Corbridge and the PGA of America even giving us these opportunities, because literally we're fulfilling a dream.
It's the top of the dream pool. It's actually really hard to explain, you know, words just don't do it justice. You almost got to feel it to believe it.
Hello, how are you? What's up, man?
It has been a little different. Get my own parking spot, which is pretty cool.
Coverage continues of the 108th PGA Championship, and one of the things that makes this championship special are the 20 members of the Corbridge Financial Team PGA Professional List who qualified due to their performance out at Bandon Dunes a couple of weeks ago. Tyler Collett with the best performance so far in the opening round at even par through 7 holes, and it's a week that they will never forget as they're able to complete a career goal of playing in a major championship.
It's not an easy feat to kind of filter down to 20 and be here, and it's something that, you know, we appreciate with Corbridge and the PGA of America even giving us these opportunities, because literally we're fulfilling a dream.
It's the top of the dream pool. It's actually really hard to explain, you know, words just don't do it justice. You almost got to feel it to believe it.
Hello, how are you, Chris?
What's up, man? It has been a little different. Get my own parking spot, which is pretty cool.
I think the whole experience of just having my family here, and actually as I was practicing, I kept hearing da 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 da, and I turned around and they told me they got Scheffler's autograph, so it was pretty important for them to tell me that.
These are my daughters. They designed my golf balls. This one says Bryce's #1, and it goes a lot farther, I can tell you that, with their love on it for sure. Yeah, it's just a good reminder of what matters.
Good luck this week. Thank you.
And that's what makes this week extra special, is you can change your life in just a week.
They're all competitors, but the scores don't matter for these 20 PGA professionals this week. They've already won, earning their spot in the field in Philadelphia. And one of the guys in the field this week is Braden Shattuck, who is over at Rolling Green, just a couple miles away here in Philadelphia. So I imagine, Jane, for him, it has to be extra special. He hit the first tee shot of the day here at the PGA Championship, teeing off in that first group off of number 10.
Absolutely. And I read yesterday, instead of being out here practicing, he honored his commitment to his members. He gave the women a walking clinic, and they were like, why are you here? Why are you not over there at Aronimink practicing? Well, you're my members. You're my people. This is my job. And kudos to him and to all of these fantastic PGA professionals. You know, it doesn't matter how you grow up. Most of us have learned golf from a PGA professional. My dad was a PGA of Australia professional, but regardless, you know, you look at players like Justin Thomas and
Cameron
Young, whose dad's, even Justin's grandfather, PGA professional. So, you know, they are so important to our game, grow the game and teach us how to play.
Yeah, I just think about the web of the people supporting these 20 PGA
Absolutely.
professionals and the clubs and what it means to them to be able to see their pros.
Oh, it's a great source of pride.
Yeah.
And think of the work that's put in by these gentlemen. You know, they're at the club early. They take time. They get in earlier, do their practice, stay later, still make sure that their members are taken care of. Some of them are, you know, general managers as well as head professionals or, you know, running their own facilities. So I can't say enough about them, and congratulations to all of them for their achievement in making this field.
Certainly one of the things that separates this major championship is the opportunity to see those professionals on this stage. Coverage continues here at the PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club just outside of Philadelphia. And one of those PGA professionals we just highlighted, Braden Shattuck from Rolling Green, 10 miles away from Aronimink, hitting his third at 16.
Yeah, from the right side of the fairway, creating a pretty good angle to this back left hole location. Sadly, the wind got that one and tugged it left. And that'll be a very challenging up and down from that front bunker.
Making his third PGA Championship appearance. Director of Instruction at Rolling Green Golf Club. He overcame an 80 in the PGA Professional Championship in the third round by shooting 68 in the final round to finish tied for 8th and earn himself one of those 20 spots.
Well, apparently very, very difficult conditions at Bandon Dunes. Winds just howling as they can along the Oregon coast.
And now Ben Griffin, 3-time PGA Tour winner, all of them coming a year ago.
What a breakout season that was for Griffin. Gave him so much confidence at what he was able to do. You play on that Ryder Cup team as well. He's from just 105 yards out. From this angle, more right to left wind than into.
Yeah, just manages to stay on that left edge of the green.
Griffin had a bit of a slow start to his 2026. Missed 3 straight cuts, Bay Hill Players in the Valspar, but he's started to find his form. Tied for 33rd at the Masters, 3rd at Doral at the Cadillac Championship. Now we head out to 15, where Nikolai Højgaard making his 5th PGA Championship appearance. Tied for 2nd at Truist last week.
Just a little delicate sand wedge chip here for his 3rd. Come on, keep going. Just a little overly delicate there.
To Alex Fitzpatrick in his 3rd at 16.
Having some difficulties just playing from the rough and not able to get in the short grass. That was all Fitzpatrick could do there. Now relying on his putter to make par.
Now I was surprised that Alex and Matt did not play their practice rounds together. Maybe they got sick of each other, the brothers.
Well, they are staying together. You know, I think if it works out, it works out. You know, Matt's pretty set in when he wants to play and how he wants to prepare for majors, and he's quite happy if Alex wants to come along, but I'm sure they will be playing plenty of practice rounds for the rest of their careers.
Alex played with Brooks Koepka in one of his practice rounds this week.
And I think that's actually a pretty good idea as well. You know, try and learn from some of the best players. Not saying that Matt Fitzpatrick isn't one of the best, because he is. But always good to try and glean as much as you can. And Amelia, this has got to be a horrible lie.
It's the hardest shot of the bunker we've seen. Anything on the green is good. You really have to keep your balance more than anything else.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Kind of one of those rounds where you're like, really? Am I just going to get the worst lie possible out of this bunker?
So frustrating. And now you got a ball just halfway up the face of the grass, and you know, it's interesting. Some of the Gil Hance was talking about these bunkers and what he likes about separating the big bunkers that were here before, that Robert Trent Jones kind of redid, into smaller bunkers, is having different lies, having all sorts of challenges, whether you've got one leg in the bunker or your ball's out of the bunker and you've got to stand in it. He really liked that option of having many smaller bunkers.
As Donald Ross should, because the bunker is supposed to be a penalty.
Yes.
Oftentimes for these players, because they produce so much spin and the sand is so well manicured, it's actually very easy to get up and down. It has not been easy so far in our featured hole coverage.
That is true. One of his big quotes was, "There's no such thing as a misplaced bunker."
As Shattuck gets the sand out of his shoe, we take a look at the routing here at Aronimink Golf Club, and in particular our featured holes and the difficulty in which they've been playing. And no surprise, this was kind of the story coming into the championship, Jane, and it's holding true in the opening round. Two of the toughest holes on property in 15 and 17, and the easiest in 16.
Absolutely, and 15 is even slightly downwind and off the right, and it's still playing at a third of a shot over par. And of course 17, pretty darn difficult as well. Now Rico Hoey currently at +1. He's got a putt for birdie down the hill and back up again. Oh yes.
Rico with a fist pump.
Sweet. Couple of birdies on the back nine. 3 in his last 8 holes or so.
And just the second birdie today at 15. And here's Højgaard.
Stay up, stay up. You don't see very many players playing in pleated slacks anymore. I was noting that last week when I was watching Nicolai at Truist. The trend has been such slim slacks, and now it's starting to, fashion is starting to change a little bit.
Now I'm curious what Rasmus is wearing today, to see if maybe those brothers want to separate themselves a little bit from the Fitzpatricks. You know? It is the city of brotherly love.
That is true. Alex, by his own accounts, much more of a field player than his brother Matt. Not quite as big on the analytics.
Well, this putt would go a long way, and it's from a long way for Fitzpatrick at 16. He's coming off of a double at 14 and a bogey at 15, and he's going to give another stroke back here at 16. He opened this championship birdie. And all of a sudden, we're like,
ooh,
Alex is
watch out.
back.
He's on fire. I'm just wondering if the fire is starting to be doused a tad. It's hard to keep that adrenaline and that energy going for so long.
Yeah, he's been floating for about a month straight.
On cloud 9, right? But,
strategically as well, if you're missing it in the wrong spots at Aronimink, you're going to be hard pressed to make a par, and bogey's going to be a good score.
Well, that's exactly right, and that just puts that extra amount of stress on you, doesn't it, as well, and saps your energy.
Because now walking to 17, competitively, you want to hit it close, but you can't try to hit it close on 17. Then you might make another bogey.
Yeah, that's right. You have to have the discipline to hit the shot that's required. Don't go flag hunting all the time. Well, Ben Griffin, I wouldn't be surprised if he knocked this one in.
Just left edge.
Yeah, he's such a good putter.
Well judged by Griffin and Crafter.
University of North Carolina Tar Heel. I became a Tar Heel fan when I first came over here. I got introduced to the game of basketball by the likes of Michael Jordan and Kenny Smith and Sam Perkins and James Worthy and all those guys. So,
the glory years.
Yeah, were the glory years.
It is always incredible to think about Ben Griffin's story.
Indeed.
A loan officer back in 2021 for a mortgage group in North Carolina. And now a 3-time winner on tour and a Ryder Cup player.
I know. How quickly things can turn around, and all you need is just that little spark, that little bit of a chance and belief.
And Fitzpatrick taps it in. So Jaeger and Cauley at 3 under par are our leaders, and here's all of our coverage across the ESPN app. Multiple featured groups. We're on featured holes. 15, 16, and 17. The official world golf ranking in the field this week, Ryan Gerard.
They're putting all the UNC Chapel Hill fans next to each other.
Yeah.
Go Heels. Sorry, Amelia.
I'd prefer go Deeks.
I know you would.
It's a good time to be a Deeks fan, huh, Amelia?
Sure is. Cameron Young, Alex Fitzpatrick playing some great golf on the PGA Tour. Rachel Keane playing well on the Epsom Tour. 3 Wake ladies that were former teammates of mine got their LPGA card. Mimi Rhodes, Jane.
Oh, yes.
Playing some excellent golf.
Talent, that's for sure. Well, right now we're watching a young man from Cornwall, Harry Hall. Now, he wears that hat in honor of another famous gentleman from Cornwall, Jackie Stewart, Sir Jackie Stewart, the car racer.
Well, Harry Hall was in contention last week at the Truist. So good with his wedge game and putting.
Yes, his short game is tremendous. Look at the one he's pulled out here. Oh, close to going in. Very nice.
Well, he led the PGA Tour last year, or second in scoring average, 6th in strokes gained total. Kind of a breakout year for Harry Hall, earning him a spot in his 2nd straight PGA Championship.
And this was a beautiful approach. Landed it past the flag, plenty of spin. And he's certainly got some style, doesn't he?
You always know where Harry Hall is on the golf course.
Yes, you do. And that's great. It's good to be an individual.
There's 15 PGA champions in the field. Here's one of them, Sean McKeel.
The best 7-iron of his life, didn't he, at Oak Hill? And that's a touch of class too there, Sean. Now, what year was that? I'm trying to remember.
2003, he was the PGA champion.
Oh, God, I thought it was late 90s.
It was his only PGA Tour win in over 400 events played. So, got it done at a major.
You know, why not? That's tremendous.
Making his 23rd PGA Championship appearance. He's played every single year since 2008 using his past champion exemption. He hasn't made the cut since 2011, but what a luxury to know you can tee it up in this major every year if you're Sean.
Oh, it's got to be a lot of fun. Get to go to that champions dinner. Great camaraderie. What a club. So many people want to enter that club, don't they?
And Sean playing alongside one of the bright young stars in Michael Brennan. He's making his debut here at the PGA Championship. Won the Bank of Utah Championship in 2025 for his PGA Tour win. 24-year-old from Virginia and played at, Amelia?
Oh, Wake Forest. Thank you very much.
There you go.
I was fortunate enough to cross paths at Wake with Cameron Young, Alex Fitzpatrick, and Michael Brennan. All incredible people and amazing golfers.
Do it for the Deacons.
Oh. And the smart play. Walking over, hopping over to make sure he can read the putt coming back. Watching that ball as it goes by. Thought he might have made that one.
His 8 wins at Wake Forest were tied with our partner here this week at ESPN, Curtis Strange, for the 3rd most in program history.
Well, that's an impressive resume. Anytime you can do something as good as Curtis Strange, you're in great company.
He's playing alongside Garrick Higo, 26-year-old from South Africa, making his 4th PGA Championship appearance.
He's got some interesting hair going on.
He's actually cut it. You know, he used to be a little bushier behind those ears.
And he's got some blonde tips happening.
It looks like he should own a surf shop in South Africa.
Well, he's got the same clothing sponsor as Jason Day, so they're adventurous.
He's a two-time PGA Tour winner. Won the Corrales Punta Cana Championship last year. His first victory came back in 2021 when he was just 21. That was the Palmetto Championship at Congaree. Let's see what the lefty can do coming down the hill here at 15.
Yeah, he's certainly got a lot of natural talent. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Potgieter as far as natural ability.
Something in the water in South Africa.
Yeah, they've produced some incredible golfers, haven't they? And of course, the last time the PGA was here, it was Gary Player in 1962 who won and really propelled him to completing the Grand Slam a few years later. That apparently was an amazing year because the big three won all of the 4 majors. It was Nicklaus, Palmer, and Player shared them. You've got to give Gary Player so much credit for all of the international travel that he did. I mean, he played all over the world. He played in Australia so much. He always supported the Australian Open. And I remember both my dad and my uncle got to play with him in different Australian Opens. He was very much a fan of travel. You know, he loved to spread the word of professional golf all over the world. All right, Sean. Maybe a cup out. Oh, just a little firm.
So he taps it in to move to 5 over par. Back over to 16. Here's Ryan Gerard.
A quick putt turning to the right.
Oh, just ran out of gas.
Gerard finished 8th last year at Quail Hollow in his PGA Championship debut. And now Brennan lining up his putt at 15.
Yeah, we've seen this angle of putt quite a bit so far this morning. And the slope that comes off that right-hand bunker as you approach the green will force this one to the right. Slightly back uphill, so you got to hit it a little firmer than you think.
He hit it firm.
Yeah, and didn't have the right line. That's disappointing.
Brennan's been battling a little bit on his back nine. He was 2 under on the front, and he's 2 over so far, and gonna give one back again.
Well, so far this 16th hole's only had 13 birdies, 25 pars, 4 bogeys, and 1 double. So it hasn't been a pushover by any stretch. And I think a lot of it has to do with this hole location and the fact that it's playing back into the wind as well.
Hall for his birdie.
No problem there. That's one part of England I've not been to, Cornwall. I do have some ancestral roots there in Cornwall. I'm going to have to go visit. I hear it's absolutely beautiful over in that part of England. I don't know about the golf courses, though. Be interesting to find out what the quality of courses are that someone like Harry Hole grew up playing.
Yeah, West Cornwall Golf Club is where Harry played.
Okay, no problem there for Garrick.
Higo makes his 4 to stay at even.
After a tough start, that's a good recovery. Donald Ross always thought that the first hole should be kind of a handshake. I think it's a pretty firm handshake here at Aronimink.
And now Brennan for his bogey, his third on this side. Drops him to +1. Back to 16, Nikolai Højgaard. That's 265 in.
It's on a little bit of an upslope, kind of caused him to pull it, and that is going to be very difficult up and down. No green to work with there.
Dan Brown has joined Cawley and Jaeger at 3 under par in the opening round of the PGA Championship. Featured hole coverage continues next. There are many ways to make a cheesesteak in the city of brotherly love. This is the corner of 9th and Passyunk in downtown Philadelphia, where Pat's and Geno's stare at each other. Two of the most popular cheesesteaks you can get in the city of Philadelphia. If you saw the Whiz, very popular here in Philadelphia.
Are you a Cheese Whiz fan? On your,
I'm more of an
American
cheese wit is what I would call it, and wit means onions. So
yes, gotta have onions.
When you go up to order your cheesesteak tonight, Jane, as we watch Rico Hoey, make sure you say your cheese of preference. Wit would be with onions, or you could go mushrooms as well. So my order is American wit mushrooms to 15.
Okay. All right, 250 yards carries to the fairway, but downwind it's not much problem. But all of these players are trying to navigate around these bunkers that guard the right-hand side, narrows the fairway with lots of slope to the left. So if you can keep your ball in the fairway, you've got a chance to attack this front right hole location. But from the rough, it is very difficult to control how much the ball will bounce. Sometimes you can't even get it to the green, depending on the lie, out of this very dense tall fescue and Poa annua rough. It's cut at about 3.5 inches, but it is thick. It's a thick-bladed grass. Today it's a probably relatively benign hole location.
And a couple of the leaders joining us here on Featured Holes momentarily. Stephen Jaeger, Dan Brown, Bud Cawley all at 3 under par. How about Jordan Spieth joining Xander Schauffele, Sam Burns, Minwoo Lee and company at 2 under par. And Brooks Koepka in there at 1 under par.
And that's kind of hardly surprising. I think a lot of American golf fans will be happy to see Jordan Spieth higher up on the leaderboard.
And Stephen Jaeger, our co-leader, joins us at 15.
A young man born in Germany, but has played on tour now for a number of years. Good, solid player. He's kind of small in stature, but he can move the ball out there, as you can see. Let's see if he'll hold. Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's so much camber from right to left.
Third shot for Nikolai Højgaard from the left rough on 16.
Buried lie off a downslope. We'll have to land this short of the green. That is so well done. Excellent control.
Wow. I mean, that's not dead to the hole, but Amelia, I'd give that a good solid 9 out of 10. And that was tremendous.
Harry Hall at 17.
The 17th tee has been gusty. Players who have found success starting this in the left center of the green, where that pond kind of curves in, and then fading it, trying to use that left slope about 40 feet left of the flag.
And Harry going club of choice is a hybrid here for him.
Coming off of a birdie at 16.
That was beautiful tempo. This is drawing, though.
Oh, dear. Well, it had enough club to carry the water. We've seen a lot of players in that collection area behind the green. It's doable from there, but certainly not what he wanted. The old double cross, Emilio, when you aim it left and then you turn it.
Body gets out of sync.
Yep. Well, the place you do not want to miss it is over to the right. We've seen a number of golf balls miss the green to the right, and that's a really hard up and down.
Ryan
That
Gerard.
is the key to good scoring. This is leaking right, though.
Yeah, that's where you don't want to be. That ball is buried right at the bottom of that 3.5-inch primary rough.
Which is what makes this tee shot on 17 so challenging, because you can't just bail out left because of the water and the fall off, everything to the pond. And then right is an impossible up and down unless you make a 12-footer. You just have to step up and hit a quality shot.
Now Francisco Bidet, PGA head pro at Capital City Club in Atlanta, Georgia. One of the PGA professionals in the field this week.
Similar line to Harry Hall, left corner of the green directionally. Oh, but it's got to go.
I don't think that's going to stay up.
Unfortunately, it did not.
Oh, fascinating. Going back to 2018 here at Aronimink when the BMW Championship was here. Granted, it was a different tee box, but there was not a single ball hit in the water that week. And we have one here on the opening round, and we witnessed a number of them, Jane, when we walked around during the practice rounds.
We certainly did. We noted that that 17th tee box kind of aims you over at the water, so you kind of have to make sure you pick your exact line when you're hitting that tee shot. Now Johnny Kiefer.
Traditionally an excellent putter.
Good call.
Won twice in the Korn Ferry Tour last year to earn his PGA Tour card. Produces a ton of speed. I'm excited to see what club he pulls on the 17th.
25-year-old played at Baylor in his second PGA Championship. He missed the cut a year ago. And he's playing alongside Rico Hoey and Nikolai Højgaard. This for birdie.
The breaks are very subtle around this 16th hole. It's all a judgment of speed.
We saw Rico playing a practice round with Colin Morikawa and Michael Thorbjornsen the other day. And I think they've been friends for a little while. He was born in the Philippines, but he also went to the University of Southern California.
And there he finished second to Aaron Wise from Oregon at the 2016 NCAA Championships. And he beat out John Rahm, Colin Morikawa, and Bo Hostler that year.
There's some names there. I haven't seen Aaron Wise. I wonder where he is these days. Is he playing golf on any tour? I'm not sure. But he was a great young talent.
Here's a great young talent, 25-year-old, and Nikolai Højgaard.
Already 5 runner-up finishes on the PGA Tour. When that putter can convert, he can overpower the golf course with length and go low.
And he moves to 1 under. After a couple of bogeys, he answers with a birdie at 16. And Hoey makes his par as they walk over the short distance to the 17th tee box. Back out to 15. A look at the tee shot from our co-leader, Stephen Jaeger.
Yeah, it was a little bit unlucky to take that kick, but that slope on the left side at that distance is fairly substantial. And he ended up just in the first cut of rough. That it's about 1.5 inches, but it was kind of sitting down. But this green is open in the front, so you can bounce it up. Just kind of like that.
Well judged by Jaeger.
Oh, beautiful shot.
And a moment ago, Aldrich Potgieter in the clubhouse with a 67 in his opening round. He was part of our first group that came through our featured holes this morning.
A nice finish for the young South African. Now Harry Hall here from over the green. Trying to skip it in there and bring it to a halt. Not his best effort. Thought it might break a little bit more from that left-hand side.
Look at the flags moving a little bit. Amelia, how much is the wind playing a factor so far today?
The wind has been gusting. Right now it's down on 17, but it's picked up to 20 miles an hour. It's just really important for these players to trust what they're feeling over the ball.
Nice up from Gerard there.
That's a good example, though, Stephen, as to how difficult it is to judge out of that thick rough on the right-hand side of this par 3. Just have no real control. Just kind of hit and hope. But he's given himself an opportunity for a par, and that's what you want to do. You can't afford to get too cute and dump it right in front of you.
There's a look at Bidet lining up his putt. The 38-year-old from Argentina. He competed in 59 events on PGA Tour Latino America. Played in the 2024 RSM Classic. But this is his first PGA Championship. Capital City Club in Atlanta, Georgia.
What a thrill, though, as we said, for these PGA professionals to get an opportunity to play in this championship as we watch Gerard now try and save par. Come on, break. Yeah, well done.
What an up and down from Ryan Gerard. 3 he'll be talking about. And he's at a 1 under.
Steady round, just 1 bogey. Couple birdies on those shortish holes. 13 and 14, that's a good par. Anytime you can walk away from 17 with a par, it's a success. Now for bogey for Bidet, after hitting it in the water. Yeah, disappointing.
So it's a double for Bidet at 17 to 15. Steven Jaeger just missing on the low side.
Quite a bit of slope coming off that bunker that guards the right front of the green. So we're looking back down the fairway from this angle. A lot of players just not quite seeing how much borrow there actually is.
He stays at 3 under. Back over to Harry Hall. Just inside 10 feet for his par.
Using the aim point express method of reading.
Led the PGA Tour last year in putting average and putts per round.
Oh, that'll do it. Very traditional grip, kind of the reverse overlap where you've got the index finger of your left hand that kind of keeps the hands working as a unit. Come on, more pace.
And Hall taps it in. Garrick Higgo from the fairway on 16.
And the lefty trying to attack this whole location. Just carried it a little bit too far, just couldn't get the spin.
Dan Brown at 3 under par.
I thought he was off writing novels. But no, he's 2 under par.
Back over to Johnny Kiefer at 17.
Johnny Kiefer traditionally very good with his long game. This is leaking out to the right, though.
Oh, boy. That's going to be another wicked up and down.
Højgaard next to play.
It is kind of fun, Amelia, I have to say, to watch all these players taking out some heavy metal here.
Oh, I agree. I love when these players have the opportunity to think around this golf course.
Mm-hmm. And have to use some long clubs. I mean, we see so often just, you know, short mid-irons to par threes, not really long irons or fairway woods, hybrids.
I want to see shots that take discipline and come the weekend are very pressure packed.
Mm-hmm.
Tough.
Oh, and that sat down as well into that thick primary. He had it set up for that little fade, but he just didn't quite execute.
Yeah, the fade for Højgaard is a bit of an uncomfortable shot. He usually draws it. Find one of those flags in the grandstand behind the green and commit to that. This is launched very high for Hoey and drawing. Needs to be the right yardage to cover the pond.
Yeah, it's back there in that collection area once more.
Very popular spot today on 17. As Hoey and company make their way up. 17. The sun is out. We are in Philly after all. Just past noon in Philadelphia, Aronimink Golf Club, the host of this 108th PGA Championship. A pleasure to have your company with us this afternoon. Mayan Patel alongside 1988 PGA champion Jeff Sluman, PGA Tour veteran Roberto Castro, out patrolling Aronimink Golf Club for us today. And we've got 3 holes that will certainly play a protagonist in the proceedings this weekend in 15, 16, and 17. And so far, Jeff, 4 co-leaders in a golf course that has certainly stood the test to this field of the best in the world.
Yes, it has, Mayan. I'm very surprised. I thought the scores would be much better this morning. And, you know, the golf course is holding its own, as you said.
As Dan Brown, a crafty play out of the rough into the 15th on the scorecard, the longest par 4 in PGA Championship history.
And I saw it yesterday into the wind, and it would be considered a par 5 yesterday.
At 16, Garrick Higo comes up
just shy on his birdie effort. Higo with a valiant battle back was assessed a 2-stroke penalty late to his tee time today. So behind the 8 ball from the gates, but the young South African even par now with a couple of holes remaining. Four players share the lead at 3 under par. And that includes American Bud Cauley, who is on the tee at 15.
Yeah, Mayan, it looked like, you know, it's the type of hole where you've really got to hit maybe the best drive of the day. It's very long, and they've actually moved the tee up today to only make it only 529 yards. But we'll probably have to play short and try and get it up and down for 4 from there.
Cauley bogey free on the round. 36-year-old from Florida. Playing alongside a young budding star, having a tough go of it today, Jacob Bridgman.
I see that looks like a beautiful drive though there. Nice little low draw flight that'll, as we see, roll out quite a ways. The fairways are like greens, just a little slower. Golf course is in really the best condition of golf course I've seen maybe ever.
And just a 1/4 inch of rain overnight has not really affected play too much. Will certainly dry out as the day continues, as Alex Noren, the veteran from Sweden, steps in next.
This is one hard-working young man. He's on the range constantly, and it shows in his play.
Ahead on the green, a long way away, birdie try for Dan Brown.
Really after a beautiful shot from the rough. Mayan, I think every player stepping up on 15 would take a relaxed 4 on this hole.
And the Englishman will do just that. So Brown should tap that in to stay 2 under, and he'll head to 16, a gettable par 5, Jeff.
Yeah, you can see the bunkers on the left. You want to hit it over the very right part of that left bunker. The fairway cants left to right, but the hole turns slightly right to left. It's a tough fit, especially for a player that fades the ball off the tee. From there, if you keep it in the fairway, it's the go zone of all time. It's the easiest hole on the golf course in 218, and I'm sure it'll be the easiest hole this week.
And reachable in 2, so there's a wait on the tee. 12 minutes since Steven Yeager, co-leader, tapped in at 15. He plays lightning quick and will miss the fairway.
So that'll be a layup, and, you know, worst he's going to have is some sort of a wedge shot in from there, and it's a pretty accessible pin today.
I thought it was interesting watching the flyover, Jeff, and the scatter chart. There are certainly starting to see some trends, but a little bit of everything so far early here at this 16th hole.
You can see the target line from the graph, and that's a perfect one. Now, if you draw the ball, it's a little tougher fit. I don't know. Just lost it to the right. You're going to see that bounce hard to the right. It should. There you go. You're just praying it stays in the fairway at this point, and it did.
So Tom McKibben looking for a second back 9 birdie, the young Englishman who plays on LIV right now. Dan Brown back on the green at 15, does clean up for his stress-free 4. An Englishman who had a windy path on the DP World Tour. Strong season over in Europe with 5 top 10s last year, including a win at the BMW International Open. To solidify a full season now on the PGA Tour. playing at the PGA Championship, the second major championship of the season, where Aldrich Potgieter, the young South African who hits it a long, long ways, in the house with an opening round 3 under 67. Scoring maybe not where we were expecting it, Jeff. Certainly a little more difficult today, but in your estimation, what's a good opening round?
Well, obviously, Mr. Potgieter started out all right, but I'm very, very surprised that the scores aren't lower. A lot of golf yet to be played, though.
Absolutely. Nikolai Højgaard makes a 3 at 17, 241 yards today. The beefy final par 3 on the way in.
It's a relatively large green. The pin's on the back right. I would expect most of the players to hit it in the middle, and then they've got a uphill left to right swinging putt, but pretty easy 3.
Johnny Kiefer, certainly a young player with plenty of game. This is a bogey effort here.
Played brilliantly last year on the Korn Ferry, and I expect big things from John in the future.
It's the second PGA Championship for the 25-year-old who lives in San Antonio, a nice college career at Baylor. You mentioned that Korn Ferry Tour prowess. He was the Rookie of the Year and Player of the Year on that circuit. Only 2 others have ever done that. Sung Jae Im and Scotty Scheffler. So Johnny Kiefer.
Big shoes to fill there.
Keeps great company. Alex Noren stepping into the fairway at 15. Doesn't have the big rehearsal that we have seen in times past, but always tinkering, Jeff.
He always is. As I said, he works hard on his game at Bears Club. Bud Cauley in his group is also a member there. That's the difficulty of this shot. Landing it short, you just got to get the right amount of kill on the ball and try and get it up to the edge, because the whole location is only 6 yards on the green. I think it's a little breezier than anticipated
yes.
today.
Forecast was calling for sustained winds around 10 to 15 miles per hour and some stronger gusts, but it is sustained at a high clip today. Yesterday, the breeziest day of the week on property. It was a very difficult Wednesday practice round if you were trying to get some work in.
I think most of the players I talked to yesterday said 9 holes was enough. They didn't want to mess with that wind. They didn't want to mess with the direction of the wind that they weren't going to see. I think they'll see that direction Saturday only, according to the forecast. So good time to just work maybe on your putting and chipping.
Right. It's the opposite of what we are seeing right now. A couple players in conversation between Cauley, maybe Bridgman.
I'm fine with it. Yeah. And it is, all right. Just couldn't commit to what you're doing.
So often that's the operative word, commit.
Right. It looks like he's caught a good lie there. He's got an iron that's not got a lot of loft on it, so leads me to believe he thinks he can get it on, chase it up there out of the rough. It's not going to have a lot of spin, and it is downwind today. Sound a little heavy, man.
And the work's just beginning for co-leader Bud Cauley.
The rough is, the blades of grass are very, very thick there, and probably with the overnight rain, it's kind of sticky, and you can see that club turned over in Bud's hand there. And
3.5 inches, last cut on Tuesday, and certainly healthy here this week. Here's Higo.
Looks like a beautiful shot. And it is. What a shot.
Hello, Garrett
Best one
Higo.
we've seen today.
No doubt about it. Maybe one of the best of the day come the end of round 1. Beautiful opportunity for Higo. Back greenside at 16, Johnny Vegas, who was a part of the early story last year. Almost an eagle.
I think he's pretty happy that the flag stick was in. You don't know whether to complain or just say, boy, I caught a good break. I think that's the play we're going to see a lot of this week, putting from off the green. The fringes and the approaches are so good. I'll say it many times this week, but those fringes are like a really good slow green.
Yes.
They're so perfect.
What an effort from Johnny Vegas, the 36-hole leader, a Cinderella story of sorts last year at the 107th PGA Championship at Quail Hollow in Charlotte. He is playing alongside one of 14 past champions in the field here this week, Y.E. Yang.
And Y.E., he stared down a pretty good player when he won this event years ago.
It was 2009 when then 37-year-old Y.E. Yang dethroned Tiger Woods, became the first male Asian player to win one of the 4 major championships in the men's circuit.
We always thought it would probably be KJ Choi.
Right.
But Y.E. Yang got it done.
Certainly did. KJ Choi, who for a long time was the winningest Asian-born player in the history of the PGA Tour. Now that title belongs to Hideki Matsuyama in the field here this week. And the final member of the trio, the southpaw, Matt McCarthy. A tough opening trip, but I think some of these scores, Jeff, illustrate what can happen here at Aronimink if things go a little sideways. While the golf course certainly accessible out of the fairway, you were just talking about the rough, and it can yield advancement opportunities, but it's hard to be aggressive.
It really is. The whole way you can be aggressive is to hit it in the fairway and be able to control your spin. And the rough takes the spin off the ball, and basically then it's really just a guessing game. The fairways are very wide here, but if you miss them, you really do get penalized.
About 30 yards the average width, but certainly spots that play much wider. Plenty of camber in the fairways as well. A very geometric opening round on the card for Matt McCarthy. Back to 15, Bud Cauley's third shot.
Again, in the rough, you've got to take a big swing, especially with, you know, the short shot. He's got to get the ball up in the air, and he's got to get it out of that rough. It's a total guessing game.
Which leaves a lengthy effort for par for Cauley. Trying to stay in a 4-way share at the top. They had a great look at the current wind at 16, the par 5, which was the easiest hole in the golf course. The last time a men's professional event was here, 2018, the BMW Championship, in a much more saturated week. 3 there, 2 in the fairway. McKibben is first.
If they hit it in the greenside bunker on the left side, if they get it up into the bunker, it's a relatively easy bunker shot. But it's better to do that. It's a beautiful shot.
Young player with a lot of game, 23-year-old from North Ireland. A helicopter finish there from Stephen Yeager.
Again, you see, it seems like the shots we've seen so far, when you try and get aggressive out of this rough, we've seen 2. They've paid a steep penalty. Get it back in play, use your wedges to your advantage.
So Stephen Yeager may pay for the aggression. Gloveless, Lucas Glover.
He likes to draw the ball in the wind direction to keep this ball relatively straight. Not a bad spot. I think we just saw Johnny Vegas from over there.
That's right. Yeah, a position that will undoubtedly gain popularity as the day continues. Back on the tee. Again, reachable on 2 today, so some time for Adrian Sadier.
If you can't cover that bunker at basically 290 yards today, you gotta figure out a way to get it in the fairway. Looks to me like he's lost it right. No, it's not the end of the world. Now, if you just really made it into a par 5, 3-shot hole, get it back in the fairway.
How do you approach these 2 holes, Jeff? 15 and 16. Are you looking at 9 total shots, 8 total shots? What is the strategy?
I think the average player, I shouldn't say average, these great players, they want to play them in 8 shots.
Sure.
There's not a whole bunch of great birdie opportunities out here, but this is one of them. You need to take advantage of it. Whoever's contending or whoever wins will probably play this hole at least 3 under for the week.
Beautiful strike from Dan Brown. And a good look at the tilt in the fairways as they continue to dry out. As Higo capitalizes on the outstanding tee shot.
He would have made that one in a thimble. That was the way to play the hole. You honestly could not play that any better. Could have hit it closer, but he kept it underneath the hole, a straight putt. Couldn't ask for anything better.
And again, that's 6 on the first, a 2-shot penalty assessed for being late to his tee time. He did not make a double bogey, so the golf has been pretty good for Garrick Higo.
I'd like to find out why he was. That's a big-time error. I was always a guy that got to the golf course 2.5, 3 hours early. I was never going to miss my time.
Well, Bud Colley will pay the price. First bogey of the day. Certainly will fall back, and Stephen Yeager misses the green. That's his 4th coming up at 16.
Correct. Again, what we said. In the rough, get it back in the fairway. He wouldn't have missed the green from there.
Stephen Yeager represents Germany, now lives outside of the Chattanooga, Tennessee area, the 36-year-old. A PGA Tour winner a couple of seasons ago in Houston when he was one of the only players in 2024 to go toe-to-toe with Scottie Scheffler on Sunday at Best Tip.
That doesn't happen, like you said, very often. And there's a reason why.
Back to 15, bogey putt now for Bud Colley. Colley, who was on the PGA Tour, then suffered a horrific car crash, winding his way back, coming off really a career year, was in contention at the Players Championship, a top 10 finish last year, and Jeff, he's kept the strong play going. He's always been a strong player.
Yeah, he sure has. I mean, his career was derailed for a few years with that unfortunate accident, but he's come back. He's played great golf since, and I think it's a wonderful story. I know all the players are really happy to see him back out there.
First bogey of the day at 15 for Bud Colley, so he falls out of a share of the lead, but a bounce back opportunity coming up at the par 5 16th on a cool, crisp day at Aronimink. PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at pgajuniorleague.com. We're thrilled to be at the 108th PGA Championship for the second time being staged at Aronimink Golf Club over 6 decades between visits. Steven Jaeger, a co-leader at the moment, 36-year-old from Germany, but that's the par putt coming up at the par 5 16th, Jeff.
Yeah, Miami's really made a mess of the hole so far, but he can get out of this with a nice par save from, looks like 8 to 10 feet. And if he makes it, he'll be very happy walking to the 17th tee box.
.50 feet coming up for Tom McKibben. Outside eagle opportunity. There has not been one yet today, but certainly trying to get down in 2 in what's been a very backwards back 9 for McKibben. 4 bogeys since making the turn today. Roberto Castro's navigated his way to the 16th green, and it's a big sidewinder here, Roberto.
Yeah, this is a great second shot to get it to this point. This will turn right to left. That's what you're hoping for. This is the easiest hole in the golf course. The last real chance for a birdie coming in. Tap in 4.
Yeah, Roberto, that was a pretty good lag there. I don't think you hope to make it, but that's really the way to putt that.
Yeah, if you get it to the hole and have a tap in, that's the best of both worlds. Best you can do without hooping it.
Second back 9 birdie for the 23-year-old from Northern Ireland. And now Lucas Glover. Glover, who was left of the green, just crept onto the green. This is a birdie effort upcoming. And Roberto, he's part of the broomstick bandits nowadays. A few years ago, it was Lucas Glover who really had putting woes as a great ball striker. Had 2 putters on order. One was left-handed, one was long broomstick he has in hand. This one arrived at the doorstep first. It's what he went to. And it led him to 2 quick victories at the end of 2024 and really back into the upper echelon of the PGA Tour.
One of the great ball strikers in golf for over 25 years. Has struggled with the putter, but yeah, this putter has given his career a second life, maybe a third life, honestly.
Yeah, Roberto, I could go as far to say that it really saved his career.
Par at best coming up there. So interesting, Jeff, nowadays. There was a long time where if you showed up with anything outside a traditional blade putter, it was almost as if you had lost your game or trying to find something. Now, those with a blade are almost in the minority in terms of what they utilize on the greens.
Oh, absolutely. When I first started in 1983, I was left-hand low.
Yeah.
And that was looked upon as very odd.
Jaeger stays in a share.
That's a great save.
Yeah, Roberto, those keep the round going there, don't you? If you make 6 on the only really great birdie chance on the golf course, you kind of kicking yourself if you do that.
So Steven Jaeger goes to the beefy par 3 17th, still at 3 under par. 3.5-inch rough, Max Gracerman, weed whacking. What a shot.
Unbelievable shot, right? Kept that face open throughout the strike.
Won't be many birdies at 15 today. Max Gracerman with a phenomenal opportunity as Glover does make his par. Back in the fairway, fairway medal for Harris English, the veteran Georgian.
Love this man's golf swing.
that is in an awful spot.
That looked like a kind of a quick hook. He's trying to launch it up in the air real high and just kind of didn't get his body through it.
He's going to have about 50 yards over the bunker with 3 steps of green to work with. That's the worst possible scenario there.
And not what Dan Brown wanted to see. He's gone the other way.
But that's okay. He's got all the green in the world to work with. He can hit numerous types of shots with maybe 2 or 3 different wedges, depending on the lie. Not too bad there.
And the Frenchman, Adrian Sadier, laid up, so he's got the wedge.
Yeah, that's one of the things all the guys that make it never hear about. I just their hometown rumors.
A well-struck shot here. Mayan should land close to the pin, 1 hop and stop, I would imagine.
I think that says it all. To 17. Yang for birdie.
Just saw Higo make a short birdie putt. Can YA follow him up?
YE, yes! What a birdie run from YE Yang.
Yeah, you looked at his card. He made 6 on 9 and 6 on 10. So this is quite a nice rally for YE.
Back at 15, a par putt for Chris Kirk. Kirk now 40 years old, making his 12th PGA Championship appearance. 1 top 10 finish. That was back in 2022 at Southern Hills outside of Tulsa.
I think Max is going to be watching this very carefully since he's got it almost on the same line for birdie. It might be Max right there.
Well hold. And he will go to the 16th tee to watch Bud Cauley now 1 off the pace.
Looks to me like he's trying to have a big draw. Can't quite see where that is, but if it's in one of those bunkers, it's a real challenge from there.
It was certainly an artistic tracer. Plenty of shape from Bud Cauley. As we go back to 15, and Max Gracerman, the 15th hole today, has yielded just 2 birdies so far, playing 3/10 of a shot over par from the field. A mammoth opportunity for the young American.
Just a gorgeous shot from the left rough to this point. You have to take advantage of that opportunity, Mayan, and he did.
Max Gracerman now 1 shot off the lead. To 17, McKibben.
That looks like the shot for the day. They're all aiming a little left, trying to cut it in there. All of a sudden, this hole's become relatively easy.
As simple as that. Masterful from McKibben. And an opportunity for back-to-back birdies. Now our co-leader, Stephen Yeager.
He just watched McKibben and Lucas hit beautiful shots. Great visuals.
Sorry, I just felt it, if anything, come back across us. Okay. 40. I mean, 4 iron has a chance to get on this front edge, 10 onto the green. Okay. Nice picture, please.
That little look to the right was he didn't want the players in back of him, somebody hitting a shot, knocking it close, fans cheer in the middle of your swing. So. You might not see 3 better shots all day on this hole than those 3.
What a collection. You saw the 2 golf balls up there on the green. This was Lucas Glover just a moment ago.
That's Lucas's cut. Basically a straight shot.
That shot was gorgeous. Just hit it right out of the middle of the face. Perfect golf shot.
Well, Mayan, the best players in the world sometimes make it look very easy.
Yes, they certainly do. Living out of the middle of the club face as Thomas Dietrich walks up the 15th green. That was a distance measuring device, which is allowed here this week at the PGA Championship.
Just can't use the slope feature on there.
Correct. Brown, green side. Does not have a birdie putt. And what feels like a head scratcher. So he now plays his 4th.
Yeah, that's a shot you rarely see. You know, you've got all the green in the world, and that rough pulled the club, shut it down, and he chipped it actually into the bunker.
This pin is cut so close to the edge, Slew. You know, when they say they have to be 3 off the edge, this is 3 short steps from the edge to this hole. I'll tell you that.
3 steps of me, right?
It's short steps.
Yeah, but you know, he's still got all the green in the world to the right. That's still a mistake.
Well, getting things sorted here on the 16th green. What is the proper place to play from? Can't get to the green in 2, Slew. Where do you like that miss to be? Where Brown was?
Either where Brown was or into the bunker, and if you can get it on the upslope, it's a relatively easy up and in from there. If it just gets in the bunker, it's going to be challenging probably to get it within 10, 12 feet.
Harris English was in a nightmarish spot, as Roberto was just telling us, forced to play to 30 feet with an outside opportunity for a red figure return.
Roberto, I think that's a pretty good shot for Harris to get there from where he was.
I totally agree. You know you're in a bad spot where you have to hit a great one to get 30 feet behind it. That's as good as he could do.
And a valiant effort, which will be a par for Harris English. Back to 15, 3rd shot for 30-year-old Maverick McNeely.
He's young. He doesn't feel the cold weather out there.
Oh, boy. It's lunchtime, and he made a wedge salad out of the left-hand rough. Oh, how about those shots from the group at 17? The field averaging over 55 feet. And to have Steven Yeager, the furthest of the three, at 21 feet and change. You're right, Jeff. We may not see a better collection. Yeager for a share of the lead.
Greens look like they have great pace to them. Not so fast that they're getting away, but you can make putts out here. I can assure you of that. They're as true as any greens I've seen in a long time. You know, the membership was not allowed to play from, I believe, November 1st on. So there's no divots out there. There's no pitch marks. It's a compliment to the membership at Aronimink that they would do that.
It has yielded pristine conditions for this 108th PGA Championship. Donald Ross said once the green is the heart of the hole. Certainly large, expansive putting surfaces, over 8,000 square feet on average, on the bigger side of what we see year in, year out, with tiny little bubbles and pockets. As Lucas Glover tries to pocket a birdie.
This might have a tendency to go to his left a little bit. Or straight down. We're seeing birdies out of every group now. Might see two in this group.
Outstanding from Lucas Glover. And all of a sudden, the 17th hole has ticked a little easier.
You know, it's a really difficult shot, guys, but one interesting thing, the wind's in off the left, but the trouble's on the left. So for a righty, you can make an aggressive swing and turn it into that wind. It's the opposite when there's trouble right and the wind's coming in off your left shoulder. That's when it's really kind of nightmare situation. So I'm not surprised we're seeing some good shots here.
Great shot out of McKibben. Can he capitalize?
Yeah, this should be dead straight. We've already seen that from Higo. That was just a little pull or a misread. You know, as a player, you're so disappointed to hit it that close on a challenging hole and not take advantage of it.
One hole remains in the opening round for Tom McKibben. Back to Dan Brown, a par putt.
You know, Maya and I talked about the mistake chipping it in the bunker. I've putted him in the bunker before, so I understand how Dan feels.
Breeze blowing. It's the fourth for McNeely at 15.
That's really well done.
Broke the all-time program wins record when he was at Stanford University, a California kid who's now a PGA Tour winner. Handed the golf ball to his little brother Scout, who's been on the bag for about 18 months now. And what a formidable tandem they have formed. They will drop a shot there at the 15th, a difficult hole here in the opening round, where Min Woo Lee, the affable Aussie, has taken the outright lead at the 108th PGA Championship. A beautiful day at Aronimink Golf Club. We are 20 miles northwest of Independence Hall in the Liberty Bell. Newton Square, Pennsylvania, the home of this 108th PGA Championship. 99 of the top 100 players in the world, all 5 for the Wanamaker Trophy. And a big part of the story come the weekend will be the beefy par 4 15th, which claims another bogey. Maverick McNeely makes it official. A lot of tilt in these fairways, Jeff, as Max Gracerman plays away.
Yeah, this is the toughest fairway to hit. It slopes left to right, and it's a little dogleg right to left. It's just one of those things that even though it's about 35 yards wide, it plays like about 20.
Only about 40% of the field finding the short grass there so far. That's 16 as Dan Brown plays into what's now become a gettable par 3 17th.
From what we've seen, it's been an easy par 3. And it's anything but that. And another spectacular shot.
Oh, what can Brown do for you? Bud Cauley in the crosswalk. He laid up at the par 5.
It sounded like a solid strike. It should have a lot of spin on it. Exactly. Little safety first there. He's got an uphill putt right to left.
He'll try to bounce back after making his first bogey of the opening round. Cauley at 2 shots off the lead so far, with a couple of big names alongside at 2 unders. Andrew Schauffele, PGA champion from 2 years ago, and Jordan Spieth in his 10th attempt now at completing the career Grand Slam, 2 under through 14 holes.
Wouldn't it be great to have him have a chance with 9 holes to go?
Absolutely.
I hope it happens.
And while Jordan Spieth has had some high finishes in PGA Championships, since it became the final leg of the career Grand Slam, he has not had many Sunday afternoons in contention, to your point. So they've been backdoor high finishes. Jordan Spieth, who was the last player to win back-to-back major titles in the men's game back in 2015, is in the mix early. New Zealand's Ryan Fox playing at a 15.
It seems to be the spot that the players end up in if they've driven it into the fairway off of 15. You just don't want to be short of this green. You just get it on the green. It's probably going to be 30, 35 feet. You know, make a lot of those over the course of your career. No reason not to think you couldn't do it on a Thursday at Aronimink.
That's why we get along. Your cup runs full of optimism. I certainly do appreciate that. Easiest hole on the golf course in the opening round has been the par 5 16th. This is a par 70 Donald Ross designed, Gil Hanse restored Aronimink Golf Club. So only 2 par 5s on the scorecard. Par 5 9th and the par 5 16th. Important to make your hay while you are able to and given the opportunity.
Everything that makes this a challenging hole to hit the fairway is in play. It slopes the opposite direction of the dog leg. The wind's left to right and into you. I mean, it's just an extremely challenging tee shot. But if you can get it in the fairway, you get rewarded for that.
Best putter on the PGA Tour is Jacob Bridgman. A 72-foot journey commences.
He got off to such a great start this year, but the last few weeks have been a little slow. So surprised to see him 5 over today, but that's a great lag putt.
I'm with you, Roberto. It's been very interesting to see out of Jacob Bridgman, who played his college golf at Clemson. He went out in 40 today, 5 over par. All the damage done in his first 5 holes, all par since until this tap-in birdie for his first circle of the week. A winner at the Genesis Invitational out at the Riviera Country Club. What a place to win, and what a way to do it. A 6-shot lead on Sunday, which evaporated quickly with Rory McIlroy on his heels, but it was Bridgman who bested them all. And is certainly finding his footing, coming off a career year in which he went to the Tour Championship as a rookie. A Great sign of consistency. Cauley next.
You know, mine, there's just a learning curve. If you can win at Riviera, you can win on big-time golf courses and play hard golf courses well, but now he's playing in the majors. Now that's the next thing in his sights, and there's just a bit of a learning curve.
Roberto, what makes him such a great putter?
He's got incredible confidence. I watched a video where he explained his routine, and then at the end he said, you know what? When I'm feeling it, I don't do any of that. I just step up and hit it.
He likes it.
Great pace.
Had his attention until the last revolution. And a tap-in par for Bud Cauley, who stays 2 under with 2 holes left. Did you ever get into those flow states, Slew, where it was as easy as see ball, hit ball, and everything felt right? What's that like?
100%. You never want the day to end.
Yeah.
And the next day's, you know, another open chapter. You don't know what's going to happen. But it is nice when you're in those mindsets of, I just want to keep playing.
Ryan Fox down the hill. The big, strong man from Auckland with a short par effort upcoming. 15 again, and Alex Noren with a par putt.
He hit a great bunker shot from here, and he was actually a bit back in the bunker. I think it was a good illustration, about the best you can do unless you're way up on the upslope.
No stones unturned. You mentioned it, Jeff, one of the hardest workers on the PGA Tour. If you ever shake his hand, it's evident from all the calluses, from the seemingly thousands of golf balls he spends his time hitting. 43 years old, from Sweden. Played his college golf at Oklahoma State, turned pro back in 2005. And now at the PGA Championship for the 14th time in his career.
I was going to say the same thing earlier. Go shake that man's hand. It's all calluses.
We played together in college for 2 years, got paired together a good bit. He's been a hard worker since that day he turned pro in 2005, and before then, he's just a grinder.
And grinds home a par there, still birdieless on the day. As he goes to 17 on the green. Dan Brown, the latest of the great tee shots, just 5 feet for birdie.
We came on at 12 o'clock, and I think this will be the 3rd or 4th birdie that we may see. Oh, that was pushed the whole way, kind of up and out of it, face open. Makes a beautiful par save on the last hole from a longer distance than that, and then you miss that. I mean, that's just golf, right?
Could create some bubbling frustration for Brown. Here is Ryan Fox for par. One of the fastest players in the professional game. Does not waste a whole lot of time. Steps in, sets sail. Refreshing pace. To 16, Chris Kirk.
Not surprised to see him hit 2 good shots here on 16. He is a drawer of the golf ball and has been forever. Right to left hole, fits his eye perfectly. Those are 2 really good shots.
Yeah, Roberto, especially with that wind direction, I think you have to draw it off this tee.
It's the only way to hit that 16th fairway.
Back at 15, Michael Kim. muscles it aboard.
Well, it's a very large green, and he's going to have a very long putt.
Shocker. Michael Kim, always enlightening, a great follow on X. He's got his recap, his thoughts each and every day during a tournament round. He's playing alongside Ryan Lenahan, one of the 20 club professionals in the field here this week.
I really love this about this event. You know, you get the best players that are, you know, really the heart and soul of golf in America. There's 28,000 plus, and they have them in this event. And it's a big deal for them. It should be, and the players, you know, it's fun. Remember Michael Block at Oak Hill? I mean, there's always a great story.
There is, and Block in the field here this week for the 5th consecutive time. Ryan Lenahan making his 2nd start. And Ryo Hisatsune in the group as well.
Somebody from the crowd liked that.
A quality play from the 23-year-old out of Japan. Already his 3rd PGA Championship appearance. He was the Sir Henry Cotton Rookie of the Year on the DP World Tour a couple of years ago. And Max Graceman, remember, missed the fairway at 16, punched out. Now his 3rd.
It's a long way away in 3 on that hole.
On the 17th tee, Bud Cauley. He's got a long iron now, Roberto. We've seen a lot of metal today.
Yeah, this is a driving iron. Has a graphite shaft in it. 210 to the front, 238 to the hole. But my guess is he has the number 225 or 230 in his head.
You can't see it, Roberto, but he's aiming well left of the hole. Looks like he's trying to cut it. Come out pretty straight.
Needs to cut.
It's got to go.
Yeah, that's your classic nothing too bad happens when you hit it in the middle of the face situation.
Well, Bud Cauley trying to finish strong here in the opening round. The 108th PGA Championship on a picture-perfect day in Pennsylvania.
Okay, I gotta admit, Philly fans can be a tad over the top. But that's because they're passionate about their town and their teams. Big hearts make big demands.
This ain't gonna be the last time we're partying on Broad Street.
Players will hear it when they fall short, and they will feel the love. The deep, unfiltered kind. When they come through for the fans of Philadelphia.
Always great to hear from Big Dom. Big Dom's got a contract extension. He and the Philadelphia Eagles looking for a great 2026 season. Will be a lot of go Birds coming out of the stands here this week. The Eagles, by the way, get the Cowboys early to open up the season. As we go to 16. Last week's winner of the Truist Championship, Chris Rayton.
Not too bad. They've been struggling to judge the distance out of this, you know, major rough around the greens.
Out to 15. And Michael Kim, this is 94 feet. So the length of a basketball court with plenty of tilt.
You would always say to yourself, 3-foot circle, 3-foot circle. It'd be a wonderful putt. This looks better than wonderful. Slow down. It's a putt. You don't practice, right? You never really see that. Some golf courses, the green's not that big anyways, right? So 94 feet is it's a challenging 2-putt.
I feel like we needed Jay Billis walking with them there for a 94 feet segment early here on Thursday afternoon. Why not another long one? This is over at 16. Max Grayserman. That's from 84 feet, and he's not in that 3-foot circle of trust.
You know, we've seen a lot of guys struggle with on the so-called easiest hole on the golf course,
right.
Number 16 today.
Back to 15, Ryo Hisatsune. Hit that quality second shot.
In the little time we've been on air, you can see what it does if you can drive it in the fairway. It sets up the, you know, it's very scoreable from there, but if you're in this rough, best players in the world are struggling mightily.
16, Grayserman for par.
If he made bogey, it would have been because of a poor third shot from the middle of the fairway with a wedge, but he got out of there. Okay.
His first putt is a great example of Donald Ross and these greens. He literally couldn't putt it closer than about 8 or 10 feet. There's a huge knob on the front edge that he had to traverse, and he just couldn't get it any closer than that first putt. Great second putt, but even you can be on the green and still have problems here.
Certainly a lot of complexity to these putting surfaces. Will be a big part of the story here this week. Large and expansive with plenty of tilt, as is so often the case in a Donald Ross design. Chris Rayton is next up, the 28-year-old out of Norway, rookie season on the PGA Tour. But Roberto, he's been a good player for a long time, and Norwegian golf in a great place. When you think of Rayton, Chris Ventura, Victor Hovland as well.
Yeah, they have a pipeline of guys from Norway to Stillwater, Oklahoma, which
right.
is an interesting turn of events in the world generally. 3 world-class players in a place where the season is 4 months long. Crazy.
And Rayton back to even par. Bud Cauley over the green is 17.
Face wide open. Checked a little sooner than Bud thought.
Back to 15. Par putt for Michael Kim. Chris Kirk can't cash.
Boy, that looked like it was going to continue to break left, and then last 2 feet it straightened out.
That's a gut punch. You're 1 over for the day. You step up to 16 where you're thinking birdie, and you walk off 2 over. That's tough.
And a 3-putt from Michael Kim.
That I shouldn't surprise anybody. 94 feet, like I said, is a challenge to 2-putt.
There have been 3 3-putts from back there already. Past champion, Padraig Harrington.
One of my guys on the PGA Tour champions. And Padraig can still launch it, let me tell you. He works really hard on his game, especially his speed off the tee. He was playing yesterday with Rory and Shane Lowry.
And he's great at giving content. Patty's golf tips.
Yeah.
I watched a couple of those.
And Rory and Lowry weren't heading it that far by him yesterday.
Right. Now McNeely.
Well, from there, Maverick couldn't have put it in a better spot.
Great shot.
You know, Roberto, I saw a lot of players earlier in the week. They seem to have a lot of those 7 and 9 woods to handle this rough.
Yeah, it's amazing how many top 50, top 100 players in the world are carrying 7 woods now. I mean, the hybrid is out, the 7 wood is in.
And Thomas Dietrich is on.
Wow, that was a step from being a kick in. What a great shot.
33-year-old from Brussels, 5th PGA Championship for Thomas Dietrich. 17 Cauley for par.
Mayan, we've seen this want to go a little to his right. I think it's much outside the left edge. The misses we've seen have been high.
So Bud Cauley, who came into our featured holes with a share of the lead, will play 15, 16, and 17 in 2 over par. Fall back to 1 under. Minwoo Lee did make a recent bogey. He's got 1 hole left, finishing up on the front side of the par 5 9th. So it is once again a 4-way tie for the lead at 3 under par, where Jordan Spieth headlines the class.
You know, Slew, you asked about the wind when we first came on, and it's fresh, and the temperatures are in the low 60s. It's just difficult scoring conditions right now. The ball doesn't fly as... It's...
Defending champion, Scotty Scheffler, a runner-up in his 3 most recent starts, his 12th straight major as #1 in the world, getting ready to tee it up at the 108th PGA Championship. Par 3 17th at Aronimink Golf Club. Chris Wrighton plays in.
Pretty good shot there. Pushed it a little, but man, that thing hit soft.
So Wrighton just over the back of the green. Short Hills, New Jersey native, 90 miles from Philadelphia. That's Max Gracerman.
Wynn's got that one.
And now Chris Kirk with some metal.
We talked about how he's a natural drawer. This should set up well for him. He can aim it at the flag and just release it against the wind. Not a scary shot for him, I wouldn't think.
Popular position. And on the green at 16, Maverick McNeely, nearly 70 feet for eagle.
He got it deep enough into the green. What Roberto was describing earlier is not in Maverick's way. He's going to have a chance to make this or putt it close.
Yeah, even par for the day. This to get into red figures here if he can get it down in 2.
Didn't make it easy on himself.
Now he mishit it.
Yes, everybody, you can mishit a putt. Right, Roberto?
I tell you what, it's the most underrated skill. I mean, Slew, tell me if you agree. Some of the best putters I've ever played with, the one thing I would say is they just hit their putts so solid. They always had great energy and great speed on them.
Yes, I agree 100%. They know this. They're going to hit it solid so they can judge the speed better. And, you know, that's that's an art. You know, you think you're always going to hit it solid, but that's not necessarily the case.
Thomas Dietrich could be the first eagle of the day at 16.
That knob that he just putted from, Padraig Harrington had a 30-yard bunker shot over that knob and hit an unbelievable shot to about 6 feet.
Harrington, you mentioned the practice round yesterday, Jeff, playing alongside Shane Lowry, Angel Ayora, Rory McIlroy. It was Padraig Harrington who spent really the most time around the green after the holes, tinkering, figuring things out.
Yeah, he hits a lot of, we call them like super flops, you know,
yes.
the full swing that goes 10 yards from the rough and from different areas. He's fully prepared. There's no shot out there that's going to shock Padraig.
McNeely for birdie.
Snuck it in.
Makes that miss hit a little better, doesn't it, Roberto?
You know, you can see it, even par, grind it out, opening round of a major championship, and you got that 6-footer to avoid 3-putting a par 5 after 2 great shots. All 6-footers are not created equal.
That's a great point, Roberto. We so often see the statistics where 6 to 8 feet, about 50-50 on the PGA Tour, but not measure the uphill, downhill, how much tilt there is.
Yeah, it doesn't measure that pro golfers' most despised thing is hitting a par 5 and 2 and then 3 putting.
Yeah. Here is Harrington. Do you sit next to him at the Champions Dinner, Jeff? What's the seating arrangement like?
You know, I never know, but I had an unbelievable seat this week. To my right was Brooks Koepka, and to my left was our new CEO from the tour, Brian Rolap, and had a nice conversation, and I'm very, very pleased with talking with Brian. We're in good hands.
That's a heck of a Sandy right there.
Outstanding up and in from Padraig Harrington. Back over the green at 17, Chris Kirk.
Check right there, it did. Nicely done. Seems like on the third bounce is when it checks on these greens, and they'll figure it out.
16 again, a short effort left for Thomas Dietrich. Coming off of 3 consecutive top 10 finishes on Live Golf, Dietrich from Belgium, played his college golf at the University of Illinois.
Under Mike Small, he's produced a lot of players.
He has, and he's built a pipeline to Belgium, it feels like. Thomas Dietrich, Adrian Dumont de Chassard, a couple others that have come through there as of late. To 17. Racerman got it.
You know, you kind of feel like you stole one there because he blocked the tee shot a little. He thought he was going to probably be off the green. And here we go. You get that baby out of the hole and run to the next tee.
Oh, these guys are good. What a 2 from Max Gracerman, who is now 3 under par and has a share of the lead with 1 hole left. Rayton. Pretty deft touch.
Yeah, I would think that's a chip shot you think you can make.
So Rayton, who held off a field of stars last week at Quail Hollow Club, which hosted this PGA Championship a year ago, with a solid Sunday to stay at the top and win for the first time in the United States.
Yeah, I watched that. He didn't look like a first-time winner.
No.
He was under total control. Very impressive.
15th start on tour. It's pretty good.
One of 4 first-time winners this year. Chris Kirk can't get up and down.
He's got a little bit left there as well.
Hasn't been a great year for Kirk so far, and sometimes, like we talked about, he stepped on 16T thinking he had a good round going. Bogey on the par 5, bogey on the tough par 3. Some years you just can't finish rounds off.
Kirk does not have a top 25 yet this season in 10 prior events. Now Rayton for par. 15 starts. So what is it about so many that seem to find success so quick now?
I think a lot of it has to do with they've won their entire careers from sub-junior to junior golf, college. They're just used to winning. And You look at Scotty Scheffler's record, right? He won 70-something events as a junior. You expect to win.
Kirk is not home yet. I know you've played a lot with Chris Kirk, Roberto. It seems like the heartbeat, the rhythm, the swing have always all been the same, no matter how good or how poorly the play has been on the course.
He's had a resting heart rate of about 65 since we met when we were 13 years old, and I don't think it's ever gotten above about 85.
Kazuki Higa at 16.
Landed right next to me there.
Always on full alert at Aronimink. A little bit of everything here this morning. A log jam at the top with 4 co-leaders at 3 under par in round 1. Thomas Dietrich on the tee. Par 3, 17th.
Good solid shot. Started to the right and drew it against the wind.
When the player says go right after impact, that's a pretty good harbinger that it's going to be short. But that was a nice shot.
Back at 16, the third shot now of Higa.
The lie was thick but down grain. He was hoping to hit that one closer than the fringe.
You know, Roberto, he drove it a mile down the fairway. He had some sort of iron in from there. First one I've seen today.
Ryan Fox next.
Ryan Fox, a good player who's had multiple good showings in majors. He's got a big-time game.
Yeah, I like the way he plays. Plays quick, decisive. That's what you want to teach somebody if they're starting the game.
39-year-old from New Zealand, won twice last year. A breakthrough victory in Myrtle Beach, which got him a ticket to the PGA Championship, and then a winner later in the summer at the Canadian Open. As Michael Kim lays up and eats a face full of sand.
That doesn't go away until you take your shower tonight.
It's a local meal, Valley Forge Bluff Sand, in all 174 bunkers here this week, which were restored by Gil Hanse. The bunkering, a big part of the story when you look at Aronimink Golf Club. Donald Ross originally had 174 over the years, clusters of 3 morphed into 1. Then when Gil Hanse, Jim Wagner came in about a decade ago, that was a big part of the project to create the bunkering again. And according to the PGA of America, we're back at 174. Plenty awkward, tiny crevices that are ready to gobble up Aaron's shots.
Ross said if you hit it in the bunker, it was perfectly placed, right? Stay away from his bunkering.
Club professional Ryan Lenahan.
Had a top 10 at Bandon Dunes to qualify. He's having a good couple weeks. Week at Bandon, top 10. Week at Aronimink, good for him.
And for Ryan Lenahan, PGA Director of Instruction at Walnut Creek Country Club in South Lyon, Michigan, making his 2nd consecutive major championship appearance. Higa here, just off the green, into the field, one of the top 3 in the International Federation's official World Golf ranking, the qualification period.
Couple of weak shots there from the left side.
Well, I stand corrected. I thought that was his 2nd shot in there, but it turns out it was his 3rd.
So all of a sudden he's made a little meal at the gettable par 5. Andre Harrington chopping out of the rough. You know, it's 2 majors in a 3-week span when he won in 2008.
He's a great player and a really diligent practicer.
Fox. Stays 1 under, which is just 2 shots off the lead. 4 players at 3 under par, 3 of them already posted with opening round 67s. Maverick McNeely also at 1 under. A lengthy effort for the 2nd consecutive hole.
Gotta go up and over that knoll in the middle of the putting green. Just trying to get it in there a couple of feet away. Somehow it falls in, all the better. Not too bad there.
Jeff, I know there's a lot of golf left today, but has your deduction on where this golf tournament will go, what a good winning score could be, changed at all? Of course, playing 2.5 shots over par almost, field average right now.
Yeah, Mike, I thought they would really, honestly, light it up today.
Sure.
But they're not doing it, and there's no more rain in the forecast.
Right.
So the fairways, as they get firmer, are going to be more difficult to hit. And we can see the challenge that the primary rough is presenting. So if they end up missing more fairways, this course is going to hold its own.
That is a found fairway at the 15th for fan favorite Michael Block, the head professional at Arroyo Trabuco Golf Club in Mission Viejo, California, 49 years young now. His Satsune at 16.
Trying to launch it up in the air here. Took a mighty swing at that. Beautiful shot.
He's got a lot of game, Jeff.
Kind of right where Maverick McNeely was.
Yeah.
He's contended in multiple tournaments this year. His name shows up on a lot of leaderboards.
It really does, Roberto, and he's shown that he's not afraid of the moment of the stage. Now the PGA Tour for a 2nd straight year. Played a practice round with his childhood idol, Hideki Matsuyama, earlier this week. And they've done that a handful of times, but I think for Rio, every time he gets to take a stroll with the man he grew up revering, especially at a major championship, it's got to be a pretty cool pinch me moment.
Yeah, Dietrich had to get a little teach off of Maverick's putt before him. Yeah, he was looking.
Good student.
Well, he did go to University of Illinois.
Hey, there you go.
You don't get in there without having a good GPA, I can tell you that.
California Golden Bear. It's right there on his bag. Michael Kim.
It could be a little bit of a challenging putt, as Roberto told us earlier about the break on that.
Now Harrington for par.
He was definitely concerned about the speed of that. That looked very tentative for Podrick.
A winner last week, one of the last men in the field. A winner in Myrtle Beach. And now a 10-time winner in his career, Brandt Snedeker.
Yeah, it was great to see a win for Sneds last week. Unbelievable short game player, one of the best I've seen.
And something he's never lost throughout the course of a near 2-decade professional career now for Brandt Snedeker. McNeely for par.
Shouldn't be anything but inside left.
Putting a nice round together.
Very much in the mix for Maverick McNeely, who is trying to take the next step. He is now a winner. Did that a couple falls ago on the PGA Tour. Now trying to contend more often in major championships. Club professional Jared Jones in a spot of bother.
Lovely shot. Jared and I were talking earlier this week. He is from Scioto Country Club in Columbus, Ohio, which is notable for two reasons. One, it's where Jack Nicklaus grew up, and second, another Donald Ross golf course in a really, really special place.
Jared's a Columbus guy through and through. Won a Big Ten championship when he played at Ohio State. Tee shots at the par 4 15th. Michael Block, the lone man to find the fairway. So he will play in first. His 5th consecutive PGA Championship now. Someone who's become a little bit of a fan favorite. Jeff, you go out and watch the practice rounds, and Blocky's always got a little bit of a following. Everyone wants to see the 49-year-old in action.
He sure does, and he played so well at Oak Hill.
Yes.
Played with Rory that last day, made a hole-in-one on 15. Great story.
And then the up and down of a lifetime at 18 to punch his ticket back to the PGA Championship the next year.
That might have been as good a shot as he hit all week,
yes.
Actually.
There was a video circulated earlier this week as Block tries to find the green. Rory McIlroy, Andrew Schauffele, Scotty Scheffler trying to guess silhouettes of golf swings. Michael Block was in there. They all knew it immediately. He said he got chills hearing that. That the best in the world knew his action. Pretty good action there. 17 now. Ryan Fox on the tee.
Piercing shot.
Roberto, Foxy seems to have that left foot pointed more towards the hole on his backswing than I see most players. Kind of an interesting take. I think it gets him to clear his hips a little easier, maybe.
Yeah, I think, you know, the general thinking on the golf swing has shifted a little bit, Slew, from staying behind it to really moving through the shot, and I think that left foot open helps him do that.
He can definitely move it. And the familiar pre-putt routine of Ryo Hisatsune. Roberto, that hasn't changed a lot. Always takes that small sip of water, trying to reset as he steps in for an eagle effort.